Ms. Sawyers would like to continue.
Thank you. Welcome back, Dr. Christensen.
Thank you.
Now, when we discussed this case, I advised you over the statutory elements of this offense that Brandon has been accused of, correct?
Yes, you did.
Okay. And do you think it would aid the jury if they see the legal elements that I asked you to look at?
Sure.
And, Your Honor, with the court's permission, and it's just what was in board hire.
So this is what's on the indictment?
Yes.
Okay.
It's just for demonstrative, not for...
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Biadia, I failed to ask if you had any issues. It was understood, I had understood it was agreed to, but did you have any issues?
Judge, I think it relates the province of the court as it relates to providing what the law is.
Miranda, it's just a... it's just a... the elements, we went over them in board hire, it's my exact same thing. I'm just...
And there's no definitions or...
There's no definitions on it.
And this is what is reflected in the indictment in front of the jury?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to allow you to use it as a demonstrative. Yes.
Thank you.
And that's Defendant's Exhibit 52.
All right, so I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 52. And you understand that what Brandon has been accused of is that he had a legal or statutory duty to act. He intentionally or knowingly caused serious bodily injury by failing to provide adequate nutrition or adequate hydration or proper medical care, and then an affirmative defense. And so,
At this
just
point,
1 second, Ms. Sawyers. Yes.
I'm going to object that it's not the allegations in the indictment. There's paragraph A and paragraph B. There's also the view of the student care, custody, or control of the child. So both is inaccurate.
Your Honor, that's a subsection of the custody, care, and control. You still have to prove a legal duty. That's how, I mean, at this point, he's been designated as the parent.
Why don't we do this, Ms. Sawyers? If you can you just correct it and add or care, custody, and control?
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so you would agree though, in looking at these, what you're really focused on is going to be this section right here, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's get started. We heard about dehydration yesterday from Dr. Molina, and you would agree with me that she conceded that there was not serious bodily injury due to dehydration.
I'm going to object as the lead.
I'll overrule it. You can lead for these preliminary questions.
Did you hear her testimony?
Yes, I did.
And did she conclude that there was not serious bodily injury from dehydration?
Yes.
Okay. And so is there anything else in your review of the records that would lead you to believe that there was serious bodily injury due to dehydration in this case?
No, there was no indication in the postmortem lab values or described on his exam that would be consistent with dehydration.
Okay. And then, so in regards to the proper medical care, now you'll see that one, and did you review all the medical records in this case?
Yes.
And in reviewing those, do you have an opinion as to whether or not Brandon Cervera failed to receive proper medical care for Benji?
Looking through the records, Benji was seen by multiple providers in the last 3.5 weeks of his life. Admittedly not of his own, necessarily always of his own choosing or, family's choice, but he saw multiple providers. It, as far as I can see, did not have any issues with, in terms of following their recommendations that were provided to him in those visits. Okay,
and so, in your opinion, did Benji suffer serious bodily injury because Brandon failed to provide proper medical care?
No.
Now, moving on to the adequate nutrition. You heard testimony that Dr. Molina has come to the conclusion that this is a lethal starvation case, correct?
I did hear that, yes.
Okay. And do you agree with her opinion?
I do not.
And in regards to lethal starvation, or even starvation that causes serious bodily injury, and by serious bodily injury, some type it affects a major organ or something serious in the body, correct?
I would assume that would be my understanding of that term, yes.
Okay, and so is your opinion, is it your opinion that starvation did not cause serious bodily injury to Benji?
Yes.
And let me start with the day. You have reviewed a lot of evidence in this case, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you've seen this picture, Defendant's Exhibit 22.
Yes, I have.
And would you agree with me that this is just 3 or 4 hours before he passes?
At this point, I'm going to object to leaving.
Sustained.
Okay. Was this prior, when do you think this happened?
My understanding of this photo, the timestamp on it was from the day of his death, the day he presented at the hospital.
And did you review videos that were associated with this photo?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And from looking at this photo, is there anything about this photo or the videos that helped you in your conclusion?
Yes, there are a number of things associated with this photo and the associated video that do not go along with a child who is on the verge of death from lethal starvation. First is his general appearance. He is a thin kid, but he is not a lethally starved child. He's still got somewhat full cheeks, granted maybe not as full as they used to be, but one of the final things you see in lethal starvation is what's called the loss of Bichet's fat pads or buccal fat pads in the cheek. Gives it essentially a skeletal appearance to the face, and he still has nice full round cheeks. The other thing that you see is a substantial loss of muscle tissue. As was discussed, the body will preferentially burn fat as much as it can, and then will begin to burn protein as an energy source, and that uses up the muscles. The muscles will atrophy substantially until they are essentially no longer there, and a person on the verge of death from lethal starvation will have essentially a skeletal appearance. They have skin, they have bones, but really not much less else in underneath except the bones. You don't see changes like this. I mean, he still has substantial muscle mass on his arms. Other pictures, you can see it in his legs and other places. So he's not on the verge of starvation by appearance. And and one last thing, and starvation generally, lethal starvation is one of those things that when you, all of the descriptors of it are that the child is extremely emaciated, and certainly the pictures in the literature, the pictures of people that have starved to death, in my experience, look like they are on the verge of death from starvation, and Benji does not appear that way.
Now, showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 121. Now, there's been testimony that this was the intake photo to the medical examiners.
Yes.
Okay, and you reviewed this photo.
I did.
Is there anything about this photo that helps you in your analysis of the case?
Again, similar findings to what is seen in the previous picture we discussed. He still has muscle mass. You can see looking at his thighs, they kind of bulge out still. He's still got muscle mass there. And there was a lot discussed of his abdomen being flat or scaphoid, sort of sloping down. And that's certainly consistent with him being a thin child, but is not diagnostic of starvation.
And would you agree with me that there's a diaper on him?
There appears to be, yes.
And were there other indications that the child had received hydration and food in this case?
Yes, the diaper was described as soaking wet, so very full of urine, and also had a bowel movement within it.
Now, let me get a little stuff. showing you what states Exhibit 136, and I have placed a little sticky over the genital area, but other than that, I'd like to ask you, can you talk to me or tell me about the legs? What do you see on the legs?
Again, as was similar in the last photo, you can see that he still has thigh musculature that bulges out. It's not, just a straight line from his knee. His knees aren't really super prominent, as you would expect in a case of lethal starvation.
So, in lethal or serious bodily injury starvation, would the muscle, when it deteriorates, will it start to be a concave, or what would be the shape?
I mean, it would essentially be, the skin would be resting on the bone, and so it would drop from the knee to flat all the way up to the hip.
All right. And then let's talk about your general review of his life history. Here's States Exhibit 11, and just at a high level at this point, were there things that you noted over his lifetime?
Yeah, throughout his life, I mean, he was born prematurely, so he started out, on the low side, but even when adjusted for his prematurity, his weight was small for his age. And from that time forward, for the period during which we have weights in the first 2 years of his life, they are all very low, many of them below the 5th percentile, many of them below the 3rd percentile. There's a large gap in the middle with no weights and measures recorded in the medical record, and then once those begin again, the first couple are somewhat certainly into the normal part of the curve. I think the highest that they come out to by calculation is about 21%, and then he drops off again, and then obviously there's quite a drop at the end.
Okay, and so when we're looking at Benji's case, are you concerned about Benji, if at all, from this point? I guess it's hard to say before 7/21/2021. Do you have any concerns?
I mean, the children generally will follow a growth curve throughout their life. And if they're small, they tend to stay on whatever that curve is. Premature babies may start out really low. Usually by the end of the first year of their life, they're back on whatever curve they're going to hit. But his curve, he's essentially on the bottom, hovering around the 5th percentile, above or below, for most of his life.
And the weight differential between the highest point and the next point when he's back on the 5th percentile curve, do you recall the difference between that weight?
My recollection is it's somewhere, I think he peaked at 14.8 kilos, and I think that weight on that day was somewhere around 13.4, 13.8 maybe.
13.8, and how much is that in pounds?
That's 2.2 pounds, that's 1 kilo. How much is 13.4?
No, I apologize, the difference.
Yeah, the difference is about 1 kilo, about 2.2 pounds.
Okay, is that a significant weight loss
No.
for a child?
No, I mean, overall, if you look at his highest weight ever and the lowest weight that's recorded at autopsy, which is 12.72 kilos, that's a drop of about 14% of his highest body weight.
And would that concern you as a significant weight loss?
I mean, certainly if I was the pediatrician seeing him, that would concern me, and I would be doing things to investigate why that is the case, but it would not be concerning in terms of it being life-threatening.
Okay, or indicate serious bodily injury?
No.
All right, now in reviewing the case, did you find any indication that there was organ failure?
I did not.
And did you look at the weights for his organs at the time? Sorry, at the time of autopsy?
Yes.
Okay, and in starvation cases, what does the literature tell us about the weights at the time at autopsy if someone is suspected of having been starved?
The weight of the organs?
Yes.
They are quite substantially small.
Okay, and showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 44. And I don't know if you can see that. Is this your chart?
Yes.
Okay, and in your chart, what are you doing? What is this about?
So it basically lists each of the individual organs and what the weight of Benji's organs were, is what the first column is. And then from the literature, documenting what the normal range for a 4-year-old is, normal range for a 5-year-old. And then the columns after each of those respective columns is just the middle of that column. The literature regarding organ weights in starvation references it usually as a how much below, what percentage below the midpoint it is. Benji's are some of them on the midpoint, depending on which of those two columns you're looking at, but most of them are in the 80 to 90% of the midpoint. And what's described in the literature in a small series of cases is generally something substantially more than that, more like 40 and 50% weight reduction in the organs.
Okay, so is there a single organ that you found that would, under the literature, qualify as an indication of starvation?
No, I mean, all of them are, as is visible there, they're all within the normal range for his age, even for a child slightly older than him. And so there was no described abnormality under the microscope to any of the organs as well. They were all normal appearing under the microscope.
Okay, we heard testimony regarding lanugo. Do you know what lanugo is?
Yes, lanugo is a fine hair that you see on newborns predominantly. It is described as something that can be seen in the setting of starvation. It's generally described as a colorless pale hair that's sort of a fine hair. It's what you see on the face of people, but fuzzy babies, that's what lanugo hair is. It's very fine and not pigmented generally, and can cover really their whole body.
And we heard testimony from Amy Cepeda, who is an aunt of Benjamin, and she stated that he had always had a hairy back. Did you see photos of Benjamin at the autopsy?
I did.
And did you believe that those photos indicated lanugo?
No.
Now, let's talk about adipose tissue. Dr. Molina, would you agree, did not take photos of the internal organs?
She did not.
And so you cannot verify what she did or did not see, correct?
I cannot.
However, in your review of the case, is there, what, I guess, opinion do you have in regards to adipose tissue?
Her description of how much subcutaneous fat is present, it's not absent. She describes there being about 3 millimeters of fat, about 1/8 of an inch in the abdominal wall. So there is still some fat there. Her internal description does describe really an absence of fat within the abdominal cavity surrounding the organs. And in the mesentery, which is the supportive structure of the intestine. But that's all I have to go on is what she's described it as.
Now, that is the adipose tissue, but is it, I guess, for our understanding, does adipose tissue include subcutaneous fat? Is it all fat, or is it certain types of fat?
Yeah, it would be all fat. Subcutaneous tissue is just the fat under your skin, but adipose tissue can be fat anywhere. Again, as I described, the fat pad in the cheek is kind of the last thing that goes, but it's also a collection of adipose tissue.
And we can see the adipose tissue in his butthole fat on his face.
Yes, and it's visible in his buttocks as well. Tends to be lost there. Kids that have starved have a very thin, kind of wrinkled skin over their buttocks because there's no fat, and sometimes usually not much muscle left either.
So I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 126. And would you agree with me that this is an autopsy photo, correct?
It is.
And you are describing the butt cheeks, I guess, when you're talking about,
Yes.
and you can still see adipose tissue there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the bruise. First off, are you aware that he had Mongolian spots?
Yes.
Okay, and those are from birth?
Yes, they're visible in that picture. They are just deposition of pigment within the skin.
Okay.
They're not injuries.
And it's these like larger
Yes.
gray areas?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there were bruises that were noted in the autopsy report, correct?
Yes.
And in regards to those bruises, did you have any special findings or did you have any special conclusions? Not special, but what are your comments or feedback on that?
He has a number of blunt injuries that are on multiple parts of his body. They are all small. They're certainly not contributory to his death in any way. And they are non-specific blunt injuries by their nature, unless somebody is struck with or falls on or impacts an object that has a pattern to it that would leave, the mark of a grill from a car or a spatula or something else. If there's something specific, you can sometimes say that's what caused that. But for the most part, bruises that we get, we've all had that experience. I have a bruise. My wife said, "How'd that happen?" And sometimes we don't even know. But even if we know, you can't tell by looking what caused it.
Now, looking at these going back to State's Exhibit 136, it looks like you can see some markings on the side,
Yes.
correct? But I'm unclear, when a body passes and it's been 24 hours, will you see stuff that maybe you couldn't see at the time they were living?
Generally, things don't appear post-mortem. Sometimes some types of bruising may become more apparent after an autopsy. Once you've completed the exam, the organs have come out and all the blood has drained away. That sometimes makes bruises more visible. And it is possible, certainly, for a deceased person to sustain a bruise if it's in the very early period after they have passed, if they're dropped, if they're, other things like that. But for the most part, you're not going to see bruising after death.
Okay, so in State's Exhibit 121, though, it doesn't appear, from what I can see, that the bruises are as prevalent. Is there a reason for that?
Not specific.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to object this to the commentary about what Ms. Solers thinks it's not relevant for the case. She just asked the question about his observations. I'm going to object to the sensory side of it.
I think she said prevalent.
I'll withdraw.
In my opinion.
Oh, I see what you're saying, Mr. Viotti.
I'll move along.
Okay.
Okay, so, but in this case, you understand that we're not here to determine, as we went over beforehand. Do you see anywhere in here where the state has accused Brandon of having bruised a child?
No.
Okay. And so you would agree with me that the bruising that is present is not causing serious bodily injury.
Correct.
And it didn't result in it killing Benjamin, correct?
Also correct, yes.
Okay. And then it's not what's being charged?
No, it's not on that list, no.
Okay. All right. They talked about, there's been some testimony about the thymus atrophy. Can you tell the jury what your thoughts are on the thymus?
Sure. Thymus is an immunologic organ that lives up in the upper part of the chest. It is involved in helping your immune system develop so that your white blood cells know how to fight and identify infections. It's something that is very prominent at birth and will essentially go away by the time you're an adult. We occasionally still see adults with them. We sometimes don't see teenagers with them. So at some point along the way, it tends to finish what it needs to do and atrophies away, turns to fat, becomes unidentifiable as a distinct organ. In children, is also described as going away as a response to physiologic stress, where whatever that stress might be, it's certainly nonspecific. You see sometimes it will go away in the setting of chronic child abuse. You can see it go away in the setting of chronic medical conditions and other things. It's not a specific finding for anything. It certainly is described in the setting of starvation, but it is in no way specific for that.
Okay, so it's my understanding it's not specific for starvation.
No.
And then in regards to stressful events, are you aware that Benji underwent a stressful event in January of 2019?
I know that his living arrangements changed, but I don't know all the details of that, no.
All right. Now, in review of the case, did you also, yesterday, as we left off, we talked about classification systems for malnutrition. Do you
Yes.
recall that?
Yes.
And did you recall hearing testimony from Dr. Molina that those are only used in a clinical setting and not for forensic pathology?
I don't know if that was her exact quote, but yes, something along those lines.
I apologize. What did you understand her to say?
That those were both developed for and used for the diagnosis and management of malnutrition and don't have relevance in the postmortem setting.
Do you agree with that?
I do not.
Okay, and why?
Because primarily my review of the literature suggests that these classification systems can help sort out and identify which kids are at risk and are meet the metrics that are consistent with fatal starvation.
Okay, and in reviewing the medical records and the weights and heights in this case, did you do that?
I did.
And did you formulate a chart that is a culmination of all the data that you reviewed?
Yes.
And do you think it would be helpful to the jury if they were to be able to follow your data compilation as you explain your reasons behind it?
Yes.
Okay. Is this a copy of, I'm showing you Defendant's Exhibit 52. Is this a copy of your data compilation?
You already have 52.
Oh.
You were on 53.
Okay, I'll remark it. Okay. Is this a copy of your data compilation?
Yes, it is.
And at this time, Your Honor, I'm going to tender it to opposing for their review and ask that it be admitted.
Can I take this witness on brief judgment?
Yes, sir.
As it relates to these comments, and I'm gonna show you exhibit number 53. Did you write these in here?
No, all of the handwritten notes on there are Ms. Sawyer's notes.
Okay, so these are things that Ms. Sawyer's has added to your chart?
Yes.
Okay. And these, were they part of the medical records, these notes?
No.
Okay. And so this is not a distillation of the data, fair to say? These comments right here?
The handwritten notes, no.
Okay. Your Honor, I would object as it relates to these handwritten comments on the side of it, otherwise we have no objection.
Your Honor, it is evidence, it's dates that are already in testimony, as well as it's just identifying in more particular what that data represents. It's not a comment on the data.
Can you approach, please?
Yeah. as we get into the data compilation, may I publish your?
I'm sorry, I don't know if I said for the record, Defendant's Exhibit 53 is admitted and may be published.
Okay. So, now, when you're looking at this data compilation, can you walk me through what some of these are? This block here, what is this block?
So the first block is the most recent completed month of age. So if he's 1 month or 1 month and a week or whatever, I just listed that as one, but that's not part of the calculations. That was just for reference. Then the next column is his weight in kilograms, and the next column is his height in centimeters. The next column is his BMI, which is generally not calculated for children under 2. And that's why those numbers start lower in the chart. And then percentiles for each of those for both weight and height. And then there is also a metric that the CDC publishes called weight for height, which is a way of assessing a child's weight relative to their height, so that you know, it's kind of what was discussed previously with Dr. Molina, a child who's 5th percentile for height and 5th percentile for weight, those are both low, but they may be at 50th percentile, they may be completely average when you compare their height and weight. So that's what the height for weight percentile is. And then the BMI percentile is the next column. The next column is the 50th percentile weight for their age. Next is the 50th percentile height for their age. And, the previous one was 50th percentile of their weight for height. Meaning, so if a child is 3, the 50th percentile for a 3-year-old might be this number, but if he's a short kid, that number for his specific height will be lower, and that's what that weight for height column is.
So when we go through those three, when you say the 50%, let me just get something. When we're talking about these 3 columns right here, did you have to come up with those columns in order to run the calculations?
Yes.
Okay, and so you've included that data to show your homework?
Essentially, yes.
Okay, so these aren't necessarily something that you need to understand the chart, but you're explaining how you get there, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right, so, and then the final columns that you have?
So there's 3 columns at the end. One is where this child sits in the Gomez classification, which compares the child's weight to the average weight for a child his age. So it's based on weight for age. The next column is what's called the Waterloo classification. The next 2 columns actually look at that for both height and weight. The next to last column is the height column, which compares their actual height to the average height for their age. And then the weight classification at the end, which is the most helpful in looking at a child's nutritional status relative to starvation, compares this child's actual weight to the average weight for a child of his height. So it's a percentage, meaning so if a child, say, is 1 meter tall and the average, weighs, let's say 14 kilograms or 15 kilograms, and the average weight for a child that is as tall as they are would be 18 kilograms, then you divide 15 by 18 and you come up with a percentage, and that's what that is reflected in that last column. The second page of this is a categorization of what the way these categorizations then take those percentages and where they rank them. In the Gomez classification, anything over 90% is considered normal or not malnourished. Mild malnourishment would be in the 75 to 89% range. 60 to 74 would be moderate malnourishment, and below 60 would be severe malnourishment under the Gomez classification. And that only looks at comparing the weight and the child's age, does not take height into account.
And let me stop you there. So when we're talking about serious bodily injury, At what point would that become, like, what color would that become an issue?
Yeah, I mean, it would depend on the specifics of the case, but certainly I would not expect it in the normal range, would not expect it in the mild range.
And then in regards to Waterloo?
So the Waterloo classification, as I said, compares, looks at both height and weight to give you some understanding of the chronicity of it. When you look at the height classifications for children that die of starvation under 1 year, they haven't really lived long enough to be stunted in their growth, and so you generally don't see stunting in young children, but as they get older, you can see stunting. And then the wasting portion of it, again, it compares that child's actual body weight to the average body weight for a child, their height, the 50th percentile weight for their height. And if they're over 90, that's considered normal. If they're over 80, between 80 and 90, it's considered mild wasting. If they're between 70 and 80, it's moderate. And if it's under 70, they're severe. I list at the bottom a specific reference, but there are 18 cases of fatal starvation listed in that were all classified according to this categorization. And with one exception, in a teenager that it says in the report was they had a normal Waterloo weight classification, but their death was predominantly due to dehydration, which is not an issue in this case. All of the others fell predominantly in the severe range. Many of them were, 70 or below is considered severe, and there were kids in this classification that were in the 40s even. The prior case here from San Antonio, when those numbers are put into this calculation, that was 51%.
Let me stop you there. You're talking about the prior case the Bexar County Medical Examiners did in 2003?
Yes.
And that with a weight of 7.17 kilograms, correct?
I believe that was what it was, yes.
Is what that child had when he was with the medical examiners. And the weight that Benji had at the time of the medical examiners, would you agree, was 12.7?
Yes.
So, and they were only 6 months apart, correct?
I believe that's right, yes. They were both 4.
They're both 4. And so that other child, by that classification, based off those weights, would have fallen into severe, correct?
Yes, quite far into severe, yes.
Now, you talk about moderate, that there's 3 that are moderate. Did you have any details as to where they fell in the moderate?
They were right around 70%. I think one was like 70.4 and one was 70.6 or so. They were very close to 70.
Okay, and 70 being the wasting for that would be severe?
Yes.
Okay, so they were at the very low side,
yes,
into the almost severe side of moderate. Okay, I'm going to come back to the chart, and then when we're looking at, and so there's been testimony that Brandon did not, that Benji did not come to live with Brandon until January 2019. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, and so the line that is drawn right here, would you agree, is the point at which, the earliest point at which Brandon would have had Benji?
Judge, at this point, I'm going to object to the
I'm just trying to identify the line.
If you can, I'll allow it for the preliminary questions to set up a new subject.
Yeah. So, I mean, this line is there to indicate what?
So if you look at the dates on the left side that we discussed previously, there's a large gap in the middle where we don't have any weights. The last one is in 2018, and then we don't have one until 2020. And that's what that line is. And that is also the period during which Benji supposedly came to live with Brandon.
And so in looking at the water low for weight, because right now that's been the big focus, you said that that's in regards to this case, that seems to be the most relevant.
Yes, I think so.
Okay. And during Brandon's care, is he predominantly, what conclusions can you draw in regards to the Waterloo?
His Waterloo classification would put him as not malnourished. And except for the very last weight that's recorded at the time of autopsy. He is otherwise above and into the what would be considered not malnourished range, which also goes along with what's in the records, that people are not commenting on his nutrition, that he, was described a week before his death as well-developed, well-nourished. All of those things go along with that categorization as well.
So, am I understanding that you not just did the numbers, but then you went and looked at the medical records to see if what the doctors were viewing was substantiated by the data?
Yes.
All right, now we have like the Gomez and the Waterloo low for height. And looking at those, is there also any concern that these would pose, let's look at the Waterloo for height. Is there any concern here that he was malnourished based off of that?
No, the height data basically gives you information about stunting, and as you can see, nearly his whole life he's been in the yellow range, which would be considered mild stunting. And whether that's because he started as a preemie, whether that's just because he's a picky, I don't know why, but clearly the documentation is that throughout his life he has been in the mild stunting range. He's very short is what that essentially means.
And then over in the Gomez, again, do you have any concerns with that? The Gomez classification classify him as having any kind of severe malnourishment?
Severe, no. It certainly does list his, he dips into the low or the mild malnutrition range by the Gomez classification. But again, the reason that Waterloo is preferable to Gomez is that it references his height as well, which Gomez does not. It's just a comparison of his weight to the average weight for his age and doesn't take into his stature into account.
Now, I want to call your attention to the bottom box. And
Yes.
What do these numbers represent?
So these are examples. Ms. Sawyer's asked me to look at the numbers. If I took the numbers that were done at autopsy, the 28 pounds and the 39 inches, and added decimals to those, if we didn't know, what would those categorizations be if it was, say, 12.9 kilos instead of 12.7, or if it would be 13.1, whatever those numbers, some adjustments basically, and to see that fall within the range of 28 if you don't consider the specific fraction, and those still, the numbers don't really change at autopsy.
On the classifications.
On that
correct?
classification.
However, would you agree with me that by adding a 0.4 to the pounds or a 0.9, that it does tend to give quite different results as far as where we see the kilograms, the conversion from the pound to kilograms?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point to leading. Would you agree with me?
All right, Grace.
If you could, please.
Thank you. Does it, the conversion from pounds to kilograms, what is there, does it make a difference when you convert it?
Yes, it matters how you do it, and it matters how many decimal points you include. For example, just looking at the actual data from the autopsy if you use 28 pounds and convert that to kilograms, that's 12.7 kilograms, or if you use 2 decimal places, it's 12.72 kilograms. And that even that 2/100ths of a kilogram difference makes the difference between a BMI of 13, which is what I calculated, and a BMI of 12.9 that she calculated. So even those small differences will make a difference in what shows up. It doesn't really change the classification, but it certainly makes a difference in how the numbers look.
Now, you heard testimony from Dr. Molina, that she took the BMI and tried to convert it to the 15 or 16, a BMI of 15 or 16. Is that realistic for Benji?
I think the discussion that I heard around that basically described him, if he had stayed on that highest point of the curve where he ever was, would his weight loss be more substantial? The answer to that is obviously yes, but looking at where most of his life was on that growth curve, his weight loss is, quite different and much less impressive overall.
And so, after reviewing all the data, what is your conclusion as to whether or not Benji suffered serious bodily injury due to starvation?
I do not believe that he did.
Now, if you do not believe, and do you believe that he died because of starvation?
I do not.
And if he did not die because of starvation, do you have other differential diagnoses that you would, after reviewing the data, that need to be considered?
Yes.
Okay, and what are those?
So if we assume that starvation is not based on this data, if I get to that point in my review, I don't think this is starvation, so what else can it be? I have a child with no abnormal organs, he's thin, but really nothing else to drive me in one direction in terms of a cause of death. So that's what we would typically describe as a negative autopsy. In that setting, there are a number of things that are known to cause death with no visible external findings. Those would include asphyxial deaths of any kind, whether accidental or intentional. It would include seizure-related deaths. It would include arrhythmic deaths, meaning not arrhythmia as a mechanism of death. If many people, all of us, when we eventually die, it's because our heart stops. Okay, we have a fatal arrhythmia at the end, regardless of what started that ball rolling. But there are certain conditions where people have arrhythmias as a primary disorder, where they have genetic predisposition to sudden death because of abnormalities in the molecules in their heart. And some of those also are associated with seizures. Those same gene abnormalities are associated with seizures. And both of those can cause death without leaving anything to see at autopsy. Other things that can do it, certainly untreated diabetes could be part of that as well. And that would probably be the main things. Generally, that's not going to be a part of the differential of a negative autopsy, but in this case, it is something that I think I would consider based on the labs. We can talk about that more.
Okay, so just because this is a big word, I'm going to write it out so that we, asphyxia. Not a word that we generally use. Right? In lay people's terms?
Mm-hmm.
And what is asphyxia? What does it include?
Asphyxia is a broad category of death that means someone is not getting enough oxygen. That can result from choking. It can result from suffocation. Broadly covers anything that blocks the external airway. Can be choking as an internal blockage of the airway, which can also be associated with that. It is associated with certain chemical toxins, cyanide, for example, carbon monoxide, both limit your body's ability to use oxygen. You can breathe fine, but the oxygen is not getting in there. And then any kind of what's referred to as a vitiated atmosphere, if it's most commonly described, for example, in silos and other places where the normal amount of oxygen is not in the atmosphere. And so if someone goes into that place and there's not enough oxygen to breathe, they will die because of that.
Now, let me ask you, suffocation, the word suffocation has been mentioned. Is suffocation necessarily choking?
No, suffocation is not the same as choking. It's a much broader thing. It would include smothering, for example, with a pillow, with a hand, anything like that. It would include, you can certainly have asphyxia from strangulation and other things, but suffocation really refers to, blockage of the airway as opposed to pressure on the neck or something else.
Okay, and so in regards to autopsies, can we pick up, let's focus on the attention on suffocation. Can we pick up if someone has been suffocated at the time of autopsy?
So in fatal cases of suffocation, if it's an accidental thing, then there may not be anything to see. If somebody ends up with their face in a place where they can't breathe, accidentally, then there's still not likely to be anything that you can see. In the setting of homicidal suffocation or smothering, certainly there are things that you can see. You may see bruising on the lips. You may see tears of what are called the frenulum, the little fold of your gums right there in the middle. Sometimes that'll be torn because the person is struggling against whoever's trying to smother them. But all of those things may not be present. It doesn't exclude the possibility.
So if someone took their hand and put it over a child's mouth, it wouldn't necessarily, you're saying it doesn't always exclude that possibility?
It does not. And children in particular, because the differential in size between an adult and a child, if it's an adult trying to smother an adult, you're more likely to see injuries simply because their ability to resist is much more. A child is small and doesn't have the same strength or the ability to fight off an adult assailant. And so they may, and you certainly can, if you block someone's airway, they will lose consciousness very quickly. Let's see.
Now, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 33 and turning your attention to the investigative report that's already in evidence. And I don't know if you're going to be able to see that on the screen, but can you see it, or do you?
More or less.
More or less.
That's better for sure.
Can you read that to this paragraph?
Sure. On 8/17/2021, around 6:20 hours, the NOK next of kin left for work and the stepmother got all the children up in order to take the 10-year-old to school. The stepmother reported that the decedent cried the entire time. The decedent was seat belted into his car seat the whole way to the school. On the way back at approximately 8:22 hours, the stepmother recorded a video to send to the next of kin of the decedent standing in between the two car seats, crying and yelling for bread. They stopped at a drive-through taco shop and went home. The decedent ate an egg taco with no obvious issue. Stepmother laid the 6-month-old in the bassinet in her room and then laid down on her bed with the decedent on one side of her and the 2-year-old on the other. The stepmother reported she waited until all 3 children were asleep, then fell asleep herself around 900 hours. Around 1000 hours, the stepmother woke up and noted the decedent foaming at the mouth next to her on the bed, exact position not described to San Antonio Police Department. The stepmother called the next of kin, then gathered all 3 children into her vehicle and started to drive the decedent toward a hospital.
And can you read just the first sentence of the next paragraph?
At 11:04 hours, 911 was called by the stepmother while driving.
So in the investigative report, there's an hour between she reports finding a child and calling 911, correct?
That's correct.
And so at this stage, based off of your experience, is that an unusual amount of time to wait for medical?
I'm going to object because this is outside the scope of his expertise as a medical examiner and determining cause of death.
You can establish his ability to answer the question.
As a medical examiner, are y'all required to review investigative reports
Yes, it's a routine part of the job.
to determine why, what to investigate in your autopsy?
It is done to evaluate the circumstances surrounding the death.
And so in your review of these reports, have you often had an opportunity to see fact patterns that involve calls to 911?
Yes.
Okay. And if a child is found unresponsive, does that tend to trigger the need for immediate medical assistance?
In most of the cases I review, it prompts an immediate call to 911.
And that was not done here, correct?
By that report, no.
So we've talked about asphyxia. Let's talk about seizures. Now, can an autopsy pick up whether or not someone has passed away due to a seizure?
No. So a seizure is abnormal electrical activity in your brain. And once you have passed, there's no longer any electrical activity. So we don't see seizures. There are sometimes things that we can identify at autopsy, lacerations of the tongue, evidence that the person is wet or pooped on themselves. That can go along with seizures. One thing that's described in Benji's case that would be consistent with that, he's described as having foam coming out of his mouth. That's indication of pulmonary edema. That is also a non-specific thing. It can be seen in asphyxia. It certainly can be seen in seizures. We see it in drowning. We see it in drug overdoses, lots of other things. But it is a significant finding as well.
And so, in Europe, have you ever, in your experience, had the first seizure be a terminal event, meaning cause someone's death?
So yeah, that's a little bit of a complicated question. The short answer is yes. So most of the time, if someone does not have a diagnosis of epilepsy already or a known seizure disorder, it is difficult to say that that their death, if you're not witnessing a seizure and you don't see any changes that go along with the seizure, to say that that's why they died. And even in cases where you have, for example, witnesses that say, well, I saw him seizing, I came in the room and he was seizing and then he stopped moving and was dead. Just about anything that stops your blood flow, stops your heart beating, eventually if your brain's not getting oxygen, it's going to seize if you're still conscious or still alive enough for that to happen. So a seizure in and of itself does not mean that's why the person died, but it's certainly a possibility. But I have seen cases certainly where we do see changes related to seizures, tongue bites and voiding in the bed and other things like that, where the person had no history of seizures. And so it is something you can see. It's certainly not a common thing, but it is something I've seen.
And then arrhythmias, you named?
Sure. So primary arrhythmia disorders, and this does overlap somewhat into seizures as well, but there's a constellation, a collection of genes that we all have that create various parts of us and allow them to function in normal ways. Within our heart, the reason that our heart can beat, the electrical activity of our heart, is driven by the ability of certain molecules, particularly sodium, potassium, and calcium, to move across membranes in our heart. And if you inherit an abnormal gene for the channels, they call them ion channels, if those ion channels are abnormal, you do run, certain of those mutations are well-described associations with sudden death. They, many times, there are certainly genes that can cause sudden death in the heart that are not related to rhythm disturbances. They maybe make the heart large and make the heart otherwise look abnormal. But most of what we call the channelopathies are these ion channel disorders that are inherited. The heart looks totally normal. It does not have any abnormality that you can see. And so just to look at it at autopsy does not help you sort that out. There is genetic testing that can be done to look for those. Again, like most tests, they change your the likelihood of various possible causes just because you find what's called a pathogenic gene. Say we find a mutation in this one specific gene that's described as a cause of sudden death. Doesn't mean that's why this person died of sudden death, but it certainly makes it more likely in that case.
And so was genetic testing, arrhythmia testing done in this case?
It was not.
And approximately how much does that run?
You can run, in our office, we would run an entire panel to look for a large constellation of arrhythmia genes, what are called cardiomyopathy genes, which are structural cardiac proteins that are abnormal, as well as seizure-related genes, and that was about $500 that we would spend to do that.
Now, moving on to diabetes, can you rule out diabetes in this case?
I think it's less likely as a cause of death, but it's certainly possible, and that's, I think, in large part because of the I mean, there are clearly behaviors and described symptoms that go along with diabetes in this child. He's described as like drinking all the time and peeing all the time, wanting to eat all the time. All those things go along with, certainly new onset of type 1 diabetes. I think as was discussed, most children that will die of type 1 diabetes die of a condition called diabetic ketoacidosis, where they start to accumulate ketones in their blood. It's usually associated with a very, very high blood sugar, sometimes well over 1,000. And the combination of the high blood sugar and ketones in the blood is consistent with a diagnosis of diabetic ketoacidosis. In this case, the blood sugar, or the vitreous sugar, which is the only way we have to measure sugars at autopsy, looking at the vitreous fluid, his vitreous glucose was 45. That's not a particularly impressive number in and of itself, but certainly in a sample that it was well over 2 months after autopsy at the time that sample was tested. And vitreous glucose will drop over time. And so the fact that it's still 45 at the time of that it's tested 2 months after the autopsy suggests it was quite substantially higher prior to that. There's no way to know for sure, but it's certainly a possibility. And it's the fact that it's not zero is kind of amazing, actually. And then the ketone testing, we did not see any, there was no ketones described in any of the testing that Dr. Molina described. She did say that they tested only for acetone. Acetone usually is an adequate test to look for ketones in the setting of DKA, but there are cases where you might want to or need to test for the other primary ketone bodies, which are acetoacetate and beta-hydroxybutyrate, or BHB. That would add additional, help you to be able to sort that out, especially in a case where there's been some delay in the testing. So I don't think that can be fully excluded as a possible cause of this child's death.
Because you also heard Dr. Molina say yesterday that they did not do beta-hydroxybutyrate testing, correct?
Yes.
And that they did not do
Acetoacetate
testing.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so in reviewing everything that you had, it can showing you, coming back to our original, what we started out with. Defense Exhibit 52. And I asked you, did you find that there was a failure to provide adequate hydration in this case?
No.
Did you find that there was a failure to provide proper medical care?
No.
Did you find that there was a failure to provide adequate nutrition in this case?
No.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
Can I get some more?
I have some right here.
I'll let you get that first one.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay. Did you need a break? Okay. We're going to go ahead and take about 5 minutes break.
All rise for the jury. You may be seated.
Mr. Villarreal?
Dr. Christian, fair to say we've never talked before today, correct?
Well, I think you said hi yesterday, but yes.
Okay. Don't want to be rude. But you knew I wanted to talk to you before you testified, correct?
I'm sorry?
You knew that I wanted to talk to you before you were testifying?
Yes.
You know why we were not able to speak?
My understanding is that you and I and Ms. Sawyers were supposed to talk all together, and we just couldn't, my understanding is schedules couldn't be worked out.
Okay, so you're not aware that Ms. Sawyers prevented me from talking?
Objection, Your Honor. I asked that be struck and
Judge, it goes to violence.
improper comment and
Sustained as to sidebar. The jury will disregard the last comment. Please go ahead.
So fair to say we never talked before today as it relates to your ultimate findings?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Dr. Molina or confer with her as it relates to your findings?
No.
So I want to talk generally about the accreditation process. You were here during Dr. Molina's testimony?
Yes.
And you reviewed her testimony?
Not since hearing it, no. I mean, I heard her first day of testimony online before arriving in San Antonio, and then I was here Monday for the rest of her testimony.
Okay. So what is name accreditation?
Name accreditation is a process, a voluntary process, but a process by which medical examiners' offices seek accreditation from the National Association of Medical Examiners to essentially document to their communities that they are performing their work at what name considers an acceptable level.
Okay, and you were here during where Ms. Sawyers asked Dr. Molina as it relates to the Gart County Medical Examiner's Office being on provisional status, correct?
Yes.
As it relates to the Utah Medical Examiner's Office, fair to say it lost its accreditation in 1995, correct?
A long time ago, yes, but long before I was in the office.
Okay, so from 1995 to just about recently here in 2024, it did not have name accreditation.
That's correct.
And essentially during your whole tenure as Chief Medical Examiner, you never had name accreditation, correct?
That's also correct.
You're getting paid to be here today, correct?
I am. I'm appointed by the court, yes.
And how much is your fee per hour?
I bill at $600 an hour.
And how many hours have you already put into this case?
I don't know for sure, but somewhere around 30.
Okay. Pull out my
It's about $18,000.
$18,000 so far. Does that include your travel here?
It doesn't include the airfare and things now.
That $18,000, does it include the testimony you've already provided today? Those hours?
No.
And how much do you charge for testimony?
Essentially the same rate.
That's $600 an hour? Starting at about another $1,200, almost $1,800 so far for today.
Sounds right.
I want to talk about your history as it relates to completing autopsies on individuals who starved. My understanding is that you've completed one autopsy, and that was as it relates to an adult who died from what you stated was starvation, correct?
That's correct.
But that was essentially a complication due to schizophrenia.
Yes.
So in that case, the cause of death would be complications due to schizophrenia, correct?
No, his cause of death was starvation.
Okay, so you don't even consider the schizophrenia?
No, it was listed as a contributory factor.
Okay. As it relates to other cases that you have reviewed, my understanding is that you've only reviewed other child starvation cases in your consultation practice. Is that?
Yes.
And when did you start your consultation practice?
Probably 10 years ago.
Okay, so while you were a medical examiner, you were also being able to do consultations?
Yes. All nights and weekends, much to my wife's chagrin.
Okay, and so you're getting paid by Utah, and then you're also doing your own side gig essentially.
Yes.
In that, how many cases do you think you reviewed as it relates to children who have starved?
I can think of one for sure because it was recent. I believe there was another, but I don't know for sure without referencing my records.
Okay. As your time as the medical examiner in Greenville, your time as a assistant medical examiner in Utah and chief medical examiner in Utah, did any of those offices during your time there ever have a kid, a child that died from starvation?
Yes.
Okay. And you just weren't the medical examiner on it?
I was not assigned to those cases, yes.
So did you review them?
No, mostly not. I reviewed all pediatric death cases once I took over as chief medical examiner starting in 2016, but prior to that, no.
So from 2016 until 2024, were there any child deaths that resulted?
I believe there was one, but I don't recall for sure.
So you don't even remember reviewing that case?
I don't remember specifics now.
Okay. You testified that you relied on literature as part of your forming your opinions today, correct?
That's correct.
I want to get the... So, and that you stated that the literature provides guidance of the degree of starvation present and what to look for in making that diagnosis. Fair to say?
Yes.
So, you are my first witness.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I'm marked as State's Exhibit number 224 for identification purposes. Is that the Medea article that you were referring throughout your testimony?
It was one. He's written many, but yes.
Okay. Specifically, when you were talking about there was 18 children, and of those 18 children, and the basically the derivation of that data, that's what this study is, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's State's Exhibit number 224?
Yes.
Did you also review State's Exhibit number 225 as part of your testimony today?
Not as part of my testimony. I did review that article, yes, in my preparation for this case.
So you reviewed this article and used it in the ultimate analysis to reach your conclusion today?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to leave these copies here for you in case you need to refer to them.
Okay.
Okay? So, I want to talk first about the Medea article,
Okay.
which is State's Exhibit 224. My understanding of your testimony is that nearly all are in the severe range, none were within the mild range. Is that what your testimony is?
Yes. Well, I think they said, I don't remember if it was normal or mild range. There was one fatality in a child that was determined to have died of dehydration and not starvation.
Well,
Or not entirely starvation, let's put it that way.
because looking at Table 15, you would agree with me, it says data of 18 infants who died of starvation.
Yes.
With the estimation of a state of nutrition according to the Waterloo classification.
Yes.
Okay. So, again, I see the next note which says case 18, cause of death mainly due to dehydration. That's not saying that in case 18 he didn't die, or that child did not die.
Correct. Correct.
And you said nearly all are in the severe range.
Yes.
Looking at that last column, weight in percent of ideal weight per height, specifically, you would agree with me that 4 of those 18 were actually within the moderate or mild range.
One was in the normal range because it's over 90.
Okay.
And 3 others are in the moderate range.
Okay. So that's 4 out of the 18. So that's about 22%. Would you say that's nearly all?
That 22% is nearly all?
Yes.
By itself, no.
Okay. So fair to say that not nearly all that were in the severe range.
No, nearly all of them were because 14 of the 18 were in the severe range.
Okay, so 22%, we can just ignore that 22%.
No.
Okay. Because 22%, let's say roughly 25, that's a quarter of those cases. That's not,
Okay.
that's not nearly all, you would agree?
No, it's almost a quarter.
What if it was 50%? Would that be nearly all?
No.
Your Honor, argumentative. Overruled, you can continue.
No.
That would not be nearly all?
50%? No. If 50, I guess clarify for me, are you saying if 50% were in the moderate range,
Correct.
that would be half?
Okay. I'm trying to figure out what's your cutoff for nearly all.
I believe my statement before about nearly all was nearly all were in the moderate or severe range, which in this table is 17 of 18 cases.
I went back and I listened, like you listened to Dr. Molina's testimony. You said nearly all in the severe range, none within the mild range. That wouldn't be an accurate statement.
No, that is an accurate statement. Nearly all 14 of 18 were in the severe range. One was in the normal range, not the mild range, and 3 were in the moderate range.
Okay. So I guess we should have a disagreement with nearly all means. Of those 18 cases, do you know the circumstances of their death?
Not beyond what is listed in the article. No.
Okay. Do you know whether there was any medical treatment prior to their death?
I do not.
Do you know if there was resuscitation, meaning fluids were put into any of these children's bodies prior to them weighing?
I do not.
Okay. Fair to say it's pretty limited what you can gather from here, correct?
Yes.
And so, is it fair to say that you're basing a large portion or a significant amount of your opinion based on the fact that Benji doesn't fit in with this water load classification system as expressed in this Medea article?
Yes, the Medea article outlines of the data in all of these cases is from autopsies of children that died. It's autopsy data and is directly relevant to another autopsy.
Would you agree with me that this is the water load with the Gomez, they're all anthropometric methods of classifying starvation?
Yes.
So I want you to move to page 290 of that article, if you can.
Yes.
In that right column, it says that comparison of these anthropometric indices revealed that the methods vary widely in categorizing children, with some identified as moderately or severely failing to thrive using one method and normal or mild using another method.
Yes.
And it goes on to say that according to these authors, there is no simple anthropometric measure that highlights...
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object to reading from a document that's not in evidence and...
It's mentioned in his, he's relying as a learned treatise. It cannot be admitted as evidence, but it can be read into evidence as it relates to the rules.
You can ask him questions regarding this information if it was part of what he relied on. I'll allow it.
Thank you, Judge. And it goes on to say, according to these authors, there's no simple anthropometric measure that highlights the degree of risk for a child, correct?
Correct. That's talking about risk of failure to thrive specifically.
Okay. And in that same article, I want you to go to page 288. In there, I can approach to show you, kind of buried in the text. We're starting right here.
Yes. Okay.
It says, cutoff values for fatal starvation have not yet been described in the literature. So this is not saying that, this article is not saying that moderate, severe, those are the cutoffs in order to have somebody die from starvation. Fair to say?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So using this classification system does not indicate whether somebody is necessarily died from starvation.
Can you repeat that question?
In using the Waterloo, the GO-meds, whatever classification system, just falling into the severe or mild doesn't in and of itself indicate whether somebody has died from starvation.
In and of itself, no. He specifically says, because most of the fatal cases fall below this amount, it may be reasonable, but there is, as he says, no cutoff for what determines fatal starvation has been described. But that's also partly why he lists his list of cases and shows where they all fit into classification.
And have you reviewed other articles as it relates to going through compilation of data as it relates to starved children?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what those names of those articles are?
Well, you handed me one of them, the Solarino article. I've seen 2 textbook chapters authored by Dr. Medea as well, and I have a whole long list of references on my computer that I've looked at over the course of this review, but I don't.
And I'm talking about the data compilation from specific cases, meaning I looked at 6, I looked at 10.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, I'm not aware of any other large compilations of data.
Okay. So in this, you'd agree it's limited in the sense that there's only 18 kids that are included within this study.
Yes, which is a lot when you consider this is something one pathologist might never see in the course of a whole career.
Again, but it's still, we're looking at 18 kids, and then you're making that, you're applying the standard in this case to Benji's case.
I'm applying, the information provided in his classification system and how he approaches that to the way I approach Benji's case, yes.
As a review of your testimony today, did Ms. Sawyers or anybody provide you the article that Dr. Lucifer wrote?
Yes.
Did you review that?
I did.
And in that, it contained a group of children as well, right?
Yes.
Did you consider that in reaching your ultimate opinion today?
I went back to look and see if I could classify them according to this. There was not sufficient data to do so. And I think there are some problems with that article, but I did not, no.
Okay, so that data that was in there was not useful for you?
I read it. There are things that are probably helpful in there, but I couldn't pinpoint what they are, but it's not, it didn't help me make a determination as to this specific case.
Okay. So I wanted to go through with you and Ms. Sawyers had shown you some photos of Benji prior to his death. I'll show you what's already been admitted is State's Exhibit number 76, specifically picture number 30, which the report indicates was captured on August 14th of 2021. Did you see this photograph?
I did, yes.
Okay. And looking at this photograph, compared to one of the earlier photographs that we have, it's clear that Benji's lost weight, correct?
It appears that he has lost weight, yes.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
the numbers tell us that when you look at his measurements.
Right, and the numbers tell us also that he's not growing.
Correct.
So, in looking at, part of you talked about was the buccal fat, right? And so that buccal fat's around the cheeks, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that there is a change in the amount of buccal fat between the two photographs?
Apparently, how much you can conclude from looking at the photos directly, without the same angle and everything else, I don't know. But he does appear skinnier, yes, I will agree with you.
Okay.
In the face.
What about his legs?
Not dramatically so, not really that I would say, yeah, these look different.
What about his arms? His arms are in both. They're at an angle.
I mean, you can't see his upper arms at all in the first picture, but I don't see an appreciable difference between the two.
Okay, you can see in here where the skin's kind of touching, and it's more skin's touching on this photograph, right?
I wouldn't say that, no.
Okay, so you can't see that there's a fullness difference in these two pictures of his arms?
In his arms, I would not say. I mean, there might be, and based on dates and weights, maybe he's different. But in terms of the appearance, I wouldn't certainly make any conclusions just based on that.
So you don't want to make any conclusions as it relates to those photographs?
No, not for his arms and legs.
But you do want to make conclusions as it relates to defense exhibit number 22.
As I described, I do believe from the exhibits you showed, as well as this one, his face is thinner than it was whenever that other picture was taken. I don't know the date of that, but his face appears thinner. It just doesn't appear cachectic or emaciated.
So we spent a lot of time just basically talking about the looks of somebody. Can you just look at an individual or a child and say they died of starvation?
There is literature that suggests it is primarily a visual diagnosis, and that most of the issues around the forensics of it are tied to making sure how that happened, as opposed to that it happened. Meaning, a child who is fatally starved looks fatally starved.
Okay, let's talk about an obese individual. Let's say you have an obese individual, you lock them in a room, you don't give him any food or water. Mm-hmm. Would you expect them to look cachectic at the time of their autopsy?
If they had no water, they'd die long before they got cachectic.
Okay, let's say we gave them distilled water to make sure there's nothing else in it. We gave them distilled water. Are they going to look cachectic at the time of their autopsy?
If they die from starvation, yes.
So they're going to go through...
It'll just take them a lot longer to get there.
So you would expect them to live for the entire time that their body had fat and or muscle?
It was substantially longer. I mean, that's in the literature that heavier people will live longer in a starvation state than thinner people.
So I'm talking about the elimination of food. So there's not necessary nutrients in their body. Are they going to look cachectic at the time of their autopsy?
If they starve to death, yes.
Okay. So even an obese person who wasn't getting, you need things like sodium to live, right?
Yes.
Potassium.
Yes.
Other nutrients. So despite not receiving any of those nutrients as part of their diet, they would still live the entire time until they went through all of their...
I mean, it's going to obviously, potentially vary a little bit that way, but, they certainly might. I mean, it would take, there's pretty good data from hunger strikers and others who have said, I'm not going to eat at all. Generally, the idea that it will take somebody of a normal weight to start with anywhere from 45 to 60 days and a weight loss of 35 to 50% of their original weight before they will die. And obviously heavier people can last longer because they have more energy reserves, but they, whether they would die because of a sodium imbalance or something else because they're only drinking water, that's not described in the literature, where people only have had water. So.
Okay. So, I want to talk about the growth for a little bit. Talk about State's Exhibit number 111. So, fair to say between 0 and 21 or 22 months, there's data points relating to where Benji's on the growth curve.
Yes.
Right, and then we have...
Or not on the growth curve, as the case is, most of it.
I'm sorry?
Or not on the, I mean, he's not even on it for a large portion of that.
Okay. We have data points for it.
Yes, we do. We have data.
And then, between this period of time and 40 months, we have no data.
That's correct.
So-
None that I was able, none that I reviewed, none that's in the medical records.
So, are you making any assumptions about where Benji's weight is during this period of time?
During that gap, no, don't know.
And then, when we have data points between 40 and 48 months, he's on, per CDC, the roughly 25 percentile, correct?
Yes, just below, yes.
Okay. That's why I say roughly. Okay. And then after this high point at 48 months, then we see the decline, correct?
Yes.
So, fair to say, based on this data, you cannot tell that Benji is on or near the 50 or the 5th percentile for the majority of his life.
No, I mean, you have to exclude that large period where we have no idea where he is.
Right. So
The majority of the known period of his weights, yes.
So less than half of his life we know that he's roughly on the 5th curve. But the other points, well, there's 2 points where he's close, nearly, or
Sure.
around the 25th percentile, and there's a gap where we don't know.
Right.
So it's not fair to say that, and I'm not saying you testified this, but it's not fair to say that for half of his life, or the majority of his life, he was on the 5th percentile.
No, I mean, for the parts we know, he was in the low end of the growth curves, peaking at around 21. But yeah, I mean, for the parts we know, he's on the low side. But we don't know, excuse me, we don't know about the gap.
So in looking at the second article, I want to go over some things with you.
Okay.
What's titled "The Child Starvation and Neglect." Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, it's a textbook chapter.
Okay. And I want to go to you, you can go to page 967.
Okay.
WCS is the water load classification system, correct?
Yes.
And in that it says the WCS was shown to be suitable for grading severity of starvation, even though a threshold of values for lethal starvation has not yet been described. Right?
Yes, he's just quoting the article that we talked about previously, that there's no described cutoff value for what constitutes lethal starvation.
The Medina article.
Yes.
And again, that's saying that essentially water load doesn't tell you at what point somebody's going to be dying from starvation.
That's correct.
And then it goes on to say the WCS, the water load classification system, together with standard growth curves, is helpful in distinguishing between acute and chronic malnutrition and identifying duration, correct?
Yes.
And so that growth curve would be similar to what has been already put into evidence as State's Exhibit number 111, correct?
Yes.
On that same page, as it goes towards the bottom, number on page 967, it says that misdiagnosis of abuse and neglect because of carelessness towards children and or records by health and social workers have been reported in literature, correct?
Okay, let me read that again.
Do you see it at the bottom?
Yes.
Okay, that's what that article says, or this chapter says.
It's quoting another article, but yes.
Okay. So as it relates to your opinion about whether Benji received proper medical care, you're basing that on your review of the medical records.
That's correct.
And fair to say that sometimes doctors don't always annotate everything that they see.
Oh, that is for sure the case, yes.
And sometimes they miss things.
Yes, they do.
Have you ever been in the clinical setting?
Yes, I worked 4 years as a primary care provider.
And what years were those?
1990 to 1994.
And I mean, zero disrespect in this question. Were electronic medical records a thing at that time?
No, thankfully.
But you are aware now that there's electronic medical
Yes.
records. And many times those contain like quick checklists that are done by different types of professionals.
Yes.
And many of those are demonstrated within the medical records that you review, correct?
Yes.
So somebody that checks off a box doesn't mean necessarily they will get a full inquiry as it relates to that particular item.
That, I would say that's correct, yes.
Okay. Looking at that next page on 968, you would agree with me that this particular article or chapter in which you use to help inform your opinion cites the Kellogg and Lucifer article,
It does.
and then it also cites it on page 970. It's at the very top.
Yep. Yes, it's cited in those two places.
So at least this author found that article to be helpful in writing this particular chapter.
In making the points that he's making there. Yeah, one relative to you need to check the siblings, and the other one looking at hair and nail changes and other things as well. He cites that also.
Again, they relied on it in ultimately writing their article.
Yes, they've cited it as a reference.
I want to talk about some particular findings at autopsy and see if you can help this jury understand potentially the degree to which it helped inform your opinion.
Okay.
As it relates to Benjamin, with the lack of mesenteric fat, what to you is that indicative of?
I mean, it's consistent with weight loss. I mean, it is one of those things that I have seen once in my career. So it's not something that, you know, people see a lot, but it certainly is described as an association with starvation.
Right, so the lack of mesenteric fat is what I'm going to categorize as positive indications and maybe negative indications. Positive meaning that it's consistent with it, negative meaning it's not consistent with it. So
Okay, and I guess I would say also discuss the specificity of it. I mean, it's consistent with starvation, it's not specific for starvation.
Fair enough, right?
Yeah, okay.
I think we can agree, there's no test, there's no
Right.
way to just say definitively this is starvation.
Yes,
We're looking at a constellation of symptoms.
that's correct.
So, lack of mesenteric fat, that would be consistent with the starvation.
Yes.
Do you have another explanation as to why Benji would have had zero or lack of any mesenteric fat?
No. I mean, it's certainly anything that's going to cause you weight loss, and which we know he has, but it doesn't mean that he's starved, but certainly could be from starvation. So, and when I say starvation, non-lethal starvation, because I don't think he died of starvation.
It would be consistent with lethal.
But it would be consistent with, it's something that is seen in the setting of lethal starvation, yes.
The collapsed small and large intestines, meaning there was no food matter in it. Would that be consistent with starvation?
It's a described finding in starvation.
Okay. And is there another explanation as to that?
Yeah, I mean, not eating, in a non-starving sort of setting. I mean, generally, the other thing we don't know from this is there wasn't a description in the autopsy report as to whether that assessment was made just looking at the intestines or if the intestines were open to see if anything was in them. It's not normal in most cases for the intestines to be opened because it's an unpleasant experience. Sometimes you need to anyway, but generally they're not done, and I don't know if that was done in this case or not. So whether that's a subjective assessment of I'm looking at these, they look flat, I don't see anything in there, or whether they actually looked and saw whether anything was there, I don't know.
But the fact that they're flat, what does that mean to you?
There's not a lot passing through them.
So to he would indicate a lack of food going into the body.
Yes.
And would that be consistent with starvation? Let's say non-lethal starvation.
It can be, yes.
What about lethal starvation?
It's a described finding in that histologically, when you look at the bowel under the microscope, the wall can be thickened. It's not just empty. There are other changes that go along with starvation that are not present.
So, do you have the autopsy report for you?
I do not.
Show you what's already been admitted into evidence. It states exhibit number 101. It says the large and small intestines are collapsed and contain minimal contents. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. How would she know if there's minimal contents?
You can certainly make that assessment by looking at it without opening it. So I don't know. She may have opened it. She just doesn't say one way or the other.
The thymus, the involuted.
Yes.
The thymus that atrophies. Is that consistent with starvation
Yes.
and lethal starvation?
Yes.
You heard Dr. Molina's testimony as it relates to macrocytic anemia.
Yes.
That can be consistent with vitamin deficiency.
It can be. It can be consistent with many, many things. Sometimes it's factitious. The vitamin deficiency anemias that are associated with enlarged red cells are typically what are referred to as megaloblastic anemias. And usually you see I think she talked about it, mean corpuscular volume, the size of the individual red cells is quite a lot larger than what Benji's were.
Okay. So again, my question to you is, macrocytic anemia can be associated with vitamin deficiency?
It can be, yes.
Okay. And vitamin deficiency can be consistent with starvation?
It can be, yes.
Including lethal starvation?
Yes.
As it relates to your review of this case, did you review any of the slides or have any slides prepared for your review?
I did not get to review the microscopic slides.
Would that have been important in reaching your conclusion today?
I think ultimately it wouldn't have changed it. She described everything as normal, so I might have identified pathology she didn't identify, but I did not.
So as it relates to diabetes, type 1 diabetes,
Yes.
would the slides of the pancreas help inform your decision?
Potentially.
And why would that be?
You can see dropout of what are called islet cells, the cells within the pancreas that make insulin. In type 1 diabetes, they may be reduced.
Okay. But Dr. Molina says that they're normal.
She said they were normal.
Okay. So no evidence of this islet dropout.
Not that she describes, no.
And that would be something you would want to know in ultimately reaching your decision as to whether diabetes was ultimately the cause of death.
I mean, it would help, certainly, if I see islet dropout, but its absence would not preclude that diagnosis because it's largely a biochemical diagnosis.
So as it relates to defendant's exhibit number 53, the graph or the chart that you prepared for Ms. Sawyer's,
Yes.
is there evidence of stunting?
Yes, there is, throughout his life. At a time when most children are not old enough to even show stunting, so yes.
And you're basing that on the heights that are located within the medical records, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that those are pretty spurious?
Many of them are, yes. And it's hard to know which one Perspuri is, but for sure you can be reasonably sure if a child measures 99 centimeters one time and 89 the next time, he didn't lose 4 inches of height during that whatever time period, because children generally will not lose height. They will stop growing, but they won't lose height. So then the question is, was one too high and one was too low? I mean, it's hard to know exactly where those measurements, what the problem with the measurements are. And that's an important reason to look at the overall trends.
And fair to say, there's not too much conclusions you can really, especially in older children, that you can reliably, but then you can rely on ultimately reaching your opinion.
I mean, I think that would apply to any of the, whether you're looking at percentiles or whether you're looking at Waterloo classification, anything that's based on the measurements is only as good as those measurements.
Okay. Specifically in the height, when we're talking about kids, you would agree with me that they're not always the most reliable.
If they don't take off their shoes, there's many reasons that might be. Kids wiggle, whatever.
You did a pediatric residency?
I did an pediatric internship.
Okay. Did you measure kids during that time?
I did not. Our nursing staff usually would do that.
Did you observe them ever measuring these children?
Yes, and I've observed my own children be measured, yeah.
Are they always the most compliant?
No, for sure not.
Okay. Are you aware of the legal definition of serious bodily injuries?
I am not.
You are not?
I don't know the legal definition of it.
Don't you think that would be important as it relates to giving your opinion as to whether Benji suffered from serious bodily injury?
Well, what I said was my understanding of that term, which is a lay understanding of that term, is how I'm answering that question.
Okay. So all of Ms. Sawyer's questions as it relates to serious bodily injury were based on your general understanding of what serious bodily injury is?
Yes.
What is your understanding of what serious bodily injury is?
Something that is going to cause impairment or debility in the person receiving it, or death potentially. Okay. Death would obviously be a serious bodily injury.
So in Texas, serious bodily injury is a bodily injury that creates a significant risk of death or causes death, results in serious permanent disfigurement, or causes a prolonged loss or impairment of the function of a bodily organ or member.
Okay.
Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. So taking out the death, the fact that whether, for argument's sake, whether he died from starvation or not, prior to his death, leading up to his death, would you say that the loss of weight was bodily injury, the change in his body composition that created a significant risk of death?
No, not at the degree that it was, no.
Okay. And what was the percentage of weight that he lost during that period of time?
From his highest weight till his weight at autopsy was about 14%.
14%. Going to the MedD article on page 281. Says, patients with premorbid weight, a loss of 5% body weight results in detectable impairments of mental and physical function. After a loss of 10 to 15% body weight, nutritional intervention may be necessary.
Yes.
Okay.
And the next sentence says loss of more than 35% is life-threatening.
So, nutritional intervention may be necessary.
Yes, certainly if he's losing weight, somebody needs to address that.
Okay. And if it's not addressed, what's the ultimate result? Or what could result?
Well, it could continue. It may stabilize. You don't know, but it's something you would address. Failure to thrive is a common complaint in pediatric clinics because kids aren't growing, or they're not, sometimes they're losing weight, sometimes they're just not gaining weight.
So we're talking about, I know you make a distinction between malnutrition, undernutrition, and starvation. Is it that undernutrition is maybe a subset of malnutrition?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to talk about undernutrition. What are the potential long-term effects of undernutrition?
I guess that's primarily a clinical question. Obviously, death is ultimately potentially an outcome, but I believe there are other described things in the clinical literature, but I don't know all of those.
Okay. So, as it relates to the Texas definition of serious bodily injury, you're saying it's not serious bodily injury, but you don't know what the long-term effects of undernutrition are?
I don't know the specific clinical things besides death that can result from it. There are probably immunologic consequences, there are probably developmental consequences, but I specifically what those are, I don't know.
Okay. So, are you in a position then to even give an opinion as it relates to that?
You're talking in terms of serious body. If you're saying that weight loss, if those sequelae would be serious bodily injury, I wouldn't disagree that they are. I just don't have any indication that those things are happening in Benji at the time of his death.
Okay, so you don't know what they are, but you don't think they're happening with Benji. Am I understanding that correctly?
You could put it that way.
So you don't know, but I know it's not that. That's kind of what you're saying.
Okay, if you want to phrase it that way. So I don't know specifically what the developmental outcomes. I mean, clearly he's having some behavioral issues. Are those related to his true nutrition? I don't know. There's family history that would suggest maybe otherwise. Other things that could be going on, but I don't know.
Okay. So, wanted to talk about these potential differential diagnoses. I want to start with seizures. Am I understanding correctly that you said that a first seizure can be the cause of death?
Yes.
How would you diagnose that?
If you find evidence that the person had a seizure, and I mean, that's how you would diagnose it. You wouldn't, if in the absence of things like tongue biting, incontinence, other things, you wouldn't know that they had a seizure. But if they've got evidence of a generalized seizure and are dead without any other cause, that would likely be where you would end up.
So you would, without knowing, not being able to test for a seizure afterwards, you would still say that that was a death that's been caused by the seizure?
Yes.
So without being able to even tell that they suffered from a seizure disorder, you would still opine that that was a death by a seizure?
I mean, it could be. I might also call it undetermined. It would really depend on all the specifics of the case, but it certainly could be.
In your review of the literature, have you ever seen a case where somebody's first seizure was determined to be the cause of death?
I believe I testified that I have seen a case like that.
So you have made that opinion before?
Yes.
And so are you able to rule out other forms of death?
That's what the rest of the autopsy and investigation is about. There's no other organ pathology. There's no, we may find some abnormality in their brain that was not known previously. I mean, there's all kinds of reasons that we might make that conclusion where they didn't know.
So how in that case, how would you rule out suffocation?
Circumstantially, if it's an adult, you're not going to. I've certainly never made that diagnosis in a child.
Okay, so again, the suffocation, the arrhythmia, all of those things play into every single time you look at somebody's death, correct?
If you end up with a negative autopsy, those are all part of the differential, yes.
So in these cases where you said that you ruled the death to be a seizure, were you able to rule out suffocation?
Well, it's a case where I also have not a negative autopsy. I've got findings at autopsy suggestive of tongue trauma. I may find something in the brain, other things that are going to be consistent with that, even though they didn't have a diagnosis beforehand.
Okay. So let's say somebody has a seizure, there's been evidence of tongue biting. What if that person had their tongue in between their teeth and their mouth was being held shut and covered?
Mm-hmm.
Would you be able to rule out suffocation?
No.
Okay. So fair to say, not in every case you can rule out every single other possible.
No, for sure not. And that's why many times we end up with a cause of death that's undetermined or a manner that's undetermined.
But in those cases, you're looking at what does the evidence fit? Like, what is the likely result, right?
Yes.
As it relates to, you also were talking about foaming of the mouth. What was that consistent with?
That's a finding that goes along with pulmonary edema, which is fluid in the lungs.
Okay. So, pulmonary edema, fluid in the lungs, would that increase the weight of Benji's lungs at the time of autopsy?
It can.
What about the brain edema?
Cerebral edema would be expected to increase the brain weight.
Okay.
But brain is generally not atrophied in the setting of starvation. Your body does a lot to preserve your brain to make sure it stays normal. Everything else starts to shrink, but the brain does not.
So, in your review of the literature, brain atrophy is not a possible clinical finding at autopsy?
You may see it, but more often than not, you don't see it in the cases that are described.
Talking about the arrhythmia, you're talking about the abnormal genes. Fair to say that because you might be genetically predisposed does not mean that you have something, right?
Well, so there are a number of parts to that question. So you can be genetically predisposed to a lot of things, but if your genetic testing shows that you are abnormal in a certain way, then secondary questions to that. People can have abnormal genes and not die from them today. They might not die for 2 years. They might not die until, adulthood. But if you find them and they have died and you don't have an alternative explanation, that is certainly a possibility if they have a pathogenic mutation of their genes.
So if you had somebody who had negative findings as it relates to their autopsy, you did this genetic testing afterwards, and they have a genetic finding for predisposition for arrhythmias, would then you conclude that they died from an arrhythmia?
Not necessarily, no. But it would certainly move me off of calling it something else and would, it adds, I guess I would say it adds doubt as to what a specific cause is. That becomes very likely. What other things are likely? If they're all unlikely, especially, that leads you down the path of undetermined. I can't tell whether it's that or that.
But again, my question to you is that just because you have the gene, let's say Benji did, he had a genetic predisposition for arrhythmia, does not mean that he died from an arrhythmia.
Does not mean that he did. Doesn't mean he didn't, but it doesn't mean he did.
Look at the chart that you prepared in Defendant's Exhibit number 53. So based on Gomez, at least that time, he was moderately malnourished.
Yes, he was.
What are the implications of being moderately malnourished?
Are you talking about the clinical implications of that?
Let's start with clinically.
It's a problem that needs to be addressed, but the specifics of what they're going to need more nutrition, they're going to need to be assessed in an ongoing follow-up way, to be looked at on a regular basis to see that they're gaining weight, to do testing to identify possible causes for their lack of weight or loss of weight, depending on which it is. And you're going to go through those things, that testing, and then ultimately make informed treatment decisions about what they need to get out of that place.
As it relates to Benji's weight loss, did you find anything in the records, in your review of the records, that would account for this weight loss?
Not specifically, no.
Did you review the photographs in this case?
I reviewed a lot of photographs, yes.
And you reviewed body cam videos?
I did.
So did you review the photographs that had locks on cabinets in the kitchen that contained food?
Yes.
And you reviewed the pictures that had a lock on the refrigerator?
Yes.
And you reviewed the videos showing Benji trying to get out of his room in the middle of the night?
Yes.
You reviewed the body-worn camera video with Benji on 7/20 of 21, where he asked his dad multiple times for food?
Yes. While the police are there.
So in that, did you see the body-worn camera video where Benji's speaking to Detective Hale?
Yes.
And in that video, you would agree with me that Benji's distracted by the food behind him?
He's kind of not focused on what he's being asked many times, yes.
And what is he focused on?
I don't know if it was food or not. I don't recall specifically. He may have been. I mean, there was food on the counter, I believe. I don't remember specifically.
In that, did you review the fact that Miranda, as well as the defendant, said that they put locks on the kitchen, on the cabinets, because Benji was getting out in the middle of the night to get food?
Yes, I believe that's the case.
Okay. Would you not consider that a form of restricting or withholding food?
I mean, potentially. I mean, my children, for example, were never up in the middle of the night trying to eat food, so I did never have to contend with that, and they were adequately fed during the day. So, I mean, it's hard to know exactly what that means. I mean, certainly if my children were up running around, I would be, more concerned about, having them, get their sleep, whatever it is. I mean, not having had a child in that circumstance, I don't know.
Right, because your kid wasn't starving. Very sick.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So, fair to say that you don't have a child that's died from starvation?
And none of my children died of starvation, no.
You reviewed the medical records from 7/21 of 21.
I did.
And in that, the parents had indicated for your 9-month-old boy with a history of speech delay, previous failure to thrive, here with chief complaint of bruising.
Yes.
If your child was having problems gaining weight, would you lock up the food?
Can't answer it. I don't know. Would depend on all the circumstances surrounding, what's going on there.
So, if your kid wasn't gaining weight, you would potentially restrict the food that they were getting?
I might restrict what specific food they're getting, yes.
So, you would restrict them from getting any food?
But no, I mean, if they're having trouble weight, I would follow whatever medical advice I'm given and figure out how to get them what they need. These are not my professional opinions, these are my parental opinions.
Did you review the video of Benji in the car hitting himself?
Yes, I did.
In your review of cases and ultimately determining cause of death. You've reviewed blunt force injuries before,
Yes, many times.
and in times tried to determine the mechanism of injury.
Yes.
Looking at State's Exhibit number 223, which indicates was created on August 9th of 2021. I'm going to play the only video on this video. I'm not going to play for the whole video, but did you review this entire video?
I did.
Would you agree with me that he essentially hits himself at about the same level of force throughout this video?
It seems to be, yes.
Show you. Yeah. In reviewing that video, you also reviewed the sequencing photos from 7/21 of 21, correct?
720, I believe.
7/20, correct.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Put it down, I can't remember what it was. Looking at defense exhibit number 31, does that level of force seem consistent with the injuries that Benji sustained in defense exhibit number 31?
No, I don't think so.
No.
Your Honor, I'm going to object because it's misleading from the dates that were of the video versus this. There's no connection in our evidence so far that those alleged injuries were even caused by the hitting. It conflicts, like he's interjecting evidence that isn't before the jury.
I'll let you direct. Are you asking, or is your objection facts not in evidence?
Yes.
Judge, it's in the body worn camera. It's been alluded to that he's causing these injuries to himself.
But can you guys approach, please?
August 9th of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And then this photo, like I asked you earlier, was taken on 7/20 of 21.
And again, Your Honor, I'm
Right.
going to object because August 9th is after July 20th. So the video that he showed of the hitting himself post-dates this photo.
I'm asking about the mechanism. I'm just cleaning up the timeline as instructed.
Just go ahead and ask him about the mechanism, please. What the subject matter of your question is.
And again, I'm not asking you whether that hitting on 8/9 caused the injuries beforehand, right? That doesn't make any sense. I'm asking you if Benji was hitting himself with that level of force, would that have caused these types of injuries?
I think it's unlikely.
Okay. So, showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 94, did you review this photo?
Yes.
And I need to zoom in, it will focus a little bit. You can see in between his ribs in that photo, correct?
Sorta, yeah.
Because in fact, you can count some of his ribs, right? Like, I can see, would you agree that you can see a rib here?
Yes, you can see ribs in
And
there.
then it's sunken down a little bit, right? And then you can see the next rib?
Yes.
Okay. This type of visual, this being able to see in between the ribs, is that also illustrated in the literature that you reviewed?
There certainly is that sort of picture in the thing, although it's much more dramatic and pronounced than that.
I'm not asking about the pictures in it, but as it describes some findings that are typical within starvation cases. Is this the, hopefully I'm not saying intercostal,
Yes.
where this, between the ribs, it's sunken?
It becomes more visible, yes.
Right. So that's described within the literature as it relates to starvation,
That's correct.
and even in lethal starvation cases.
Yes.
So, when we're looking at this, when we're looking at starvation, is it fair to think about this as like concentric circles? Like certain findings might exclude certain things, right? And so we're narrowing down ultimately what is to get to the cause of death. Fair to say?
Yes.
Right, so some findings might eliminate something, some findings might just be consistent with it.
Correct.
And in this, there are multiple findings, you would agree with me, that are consistent with starvation.
That are described in the starvation literature, yes.
And many of those are also indicative, or not as indicative. Many of these items or pieces of evidence are also cited within the literature as it relates to lethal starvation.
Yes, they may be seen.
Right? And as it relates to the Waterlow, Gomez, all these anthropometric clinical or anthropometric tests, or however you want to describe them, none of them have a cutoff at which point starvation can be ruled in, meaning there's not like a cutoff of where lethal starvation starts or ends.
There is not a diagnostic number now.
You're not listening, I'll pass the witness.
You have follow-up, Ms. Ryan?
Yes, can I just briefly.
Excuse me.
So I'm showing you what to your chart in regards to the 3 columns that you have identified.
Yes.
From your understanding in the literature, you found that the last column, if I'm not mistaken, the Waterloo weight column was the most relevant. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in regards to Gomez, why did you find that Gomez was less relevant?
Because it does not factor in their height relative to their size. It's only a comparison of their weight, their actual weight, to what the average weight for a child that age is.
And Benji's always had a small stature, correct?
He's always been small.
And so the data that you did provide that exists of the 18 cases that have been compiled is associated with the Waterloo chart, correct?
It is, yes.
Okay, not the Gomez chart.
Correct.
And this is an accurate representation of the data compilation that existed in the article that Mr. Villarreal was questioning you about, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You didn't change it at all?
No.
Okay. Now, you saw multiple videos of Benji. You've seen every video that the jury's seen, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And in those, would you agree with me that Benji had no problem getting out of his room?
Did not seem to, no.
And he had no problem getting into the cabinets?
No, it seemed he even was able to get into closed cabinets, the fridge at least. I don't know about the other cabinets, but he was getting into things, yes.
In the literature that you did review, including Dr. Lukafers, were kids that were determined to have died of starvation generally either bound or somehow locked in a room or somehow physically prevented from getting food?
Yes, that is described in that article. Most of the children that die of starvation are infants. If you look at the overall numbers, most are infants who really can't do anything to provide for their own nutrition. And children up to the age of 3 really can't do a whole lot to get their own food if they need it and are not getting it. Once they get beyond that age, then they have more ability to forage and rummage like Benji showed he could do.
And so, in Benji's case, after reviewing everything, did you see any indication that any evidence that he was locked into a room?
I did not see that, no.
And when he is in a room, he's with his other siblings, correct?
Some of the videos, his siblings are in there. Some of them he's in there by himself.
And all of the other siblings also indicate that they don't have any issue with weight.
Good, I'm going to check at this point into leaving.
So stay.
All right. So the point is, was he removed from being part of the family in any of the videos that you saw?
Judge, at this point, I'm going to object to the relevance.
Overruled, you mean, sort of.
It does not appear that he's isolated from the family. He's in his room by himself sometimes, and so whether that was an isolation thing, I don't know, but certainly he's in his room sleeping with his siblings. One of the videos where he's up in the night, you can hear a sibling in the background, so others are around.
And he is being taken out in public in a lot of these photos?
Yes.
And I needed to ask you about the length of time. How long does it take? Does the literature say it takes from the time someone eats something to the time it passes through them?
There's a wide variety of what that can be, and there's a number of studies that have been done over the years using things that they can see on x-ray have a kid eat, and they track how long it takes to go through. But the ranges that are published, range anywhere from 10 hours to as many as 70 plus hours.
And in regards to that, have you also reviewed Dr. Lucifer's testimony?
Yes,
And did he find that it was a 6 to 8 hour?
that's what he stated, yes.
Okay. And so if someone eats, I'm going to give you a hypothetical. If someone is provided a tortilla, or excuse me, a meal at the night before, and they go to sleep, and they wake up the next day, is it possible that they could have a bowel movement from what they ate the night before?
I mean, I think it would be unusual, but certainly it's possible. It's within the range of described times.
So the 10 hours to 12 hours?
Yes.
Okay. And so here we have a bowel movement from binging?
Yes, we do.
And then we talked, is there, hypothetically, if someone was given a tortilla for breakfast and they eat it, would you expect to see that show up in their digestive tract?
You certainly might see it in their digestive tract. You might see it in their stomach. It would depend on the time interval. Generally, the stomach's going to empty within a couple of hours, but it can take longer depending on what it is, how much water is consumed with it. I mean, a lot of variables there, so I don't think you can be very precise about the time. It might still be in the stomach. It would almost assuredly still be expected to be present within the intestinal tract.
Okay. And so what about when you are suctioning something out? Would a tortilla be able to be suctioned out?
I would think mostly no, if it's mostly just the tortilla that's there, but if it's diluted with a bunch of water, if it's softened up, I mean, you might get, I mean, certainly I've seen in my clinical experience, chunks of things get sucked up through nasogastric tubes.
I pass
I just have a couple questions. What does atrophic musculature mean?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Atrophic, I might be mispronouncing it.
No,
Atrophic, maybe?
atrophic.
Atrophic musculature. What is
Oh,
that?
musculature. Atrophic musculature would just be less than normal musculature. Atrophy is a condition where things start to waste away or shrivel away.
Would that mean that the muscles is wasting away?
Yes.
Benji, you testified that Benji did not appear isolated, correct?
I mean, to the extent, like I said, he's isolated in his room in some of the videos, but he's with his siblings in photos. He's with his siblings in some of the other videos. So, you know, socially, I don't know overall. I just know what's in the photos and videos.
Okay. So you agree that some of those videos, there's no other kid in that room where Benji's crying?
That's correct.
And there's no kids in some of those videos where Benji's crying for things like food, water, milk?
I don't recall the specifics of those, but he's definitely by himself sometimes.
Right, and in those, at least one of those videos, he's crying for something.
Yeah, he's crying for sure.
You reviewed the photographs?
I reviewed a lot of photographs.
I should be clear, the photographs from August 17th of 2021,
From,
the apartment.
of the apartment, yes.
And you saw 3 beds in the bedroom.
Yes.
Did you know which one is Benji's bed?
It had to be identified to me. I didn't otherwise know.
Did you notice a difference in the beds?
Yes.
And what was the difference?
The difference was that one of them was essentially just a mattress.
Was it covered with anything?
I don't recall. May have had a cover on it. I don't remember.
That bed was definitely different than the other two.
It was, yes.
Benji could get into the closed cabinets. Do you know if Benji could get into the closed cabinets?
Like when they were locked, could he unopen them? I don't know. I know he opened the fridge in one of the videos, but as far as the cabinets, I don't remember.
Okay. So did you view any videos of Benji opening the cabinets when they're locked?
Probably. I don't remember specifically though.
Okay. Was surprised to know that I don't have any videos to that effect.
No, I mean, I just don't remember.
Did you review videos of Benji like moving items to get out of the room?
I saw him like setting pillows by the door, trying to stand on them to get over the gate. I saw him moving a table, but it wasn't clear that's exactly why he was moving it, or a dresser or something. But yes, he was moving items in the room.
Okay. And in one of them, he moves like a pillow.
Yes,
Another one, did you see him move like a laundry hamper?
probably. I don't remember that specific item.
And in those, he's trying, is it clear to you that he's trying to get out of the room?
Yes, he's trying to get over the gate.
I'll pass the witness.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Doctor, thank you very much for your time and your effort. If you have anything, if you could give that to the parties on your way out, if it's not yours.
Oops.
Okay. Can I see the parties, please? A little bit longer before we break for lunch. Let's see if we can, so the afternoon won't be as long for everybody. Ms. Sawyers, did you want to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. And we call Dr. Gebhardt.
Okay. Dr. Gebhardt, can you please come forward? Please have a seat, sir. Please raise your right hand and state your full name.
Daniel John Gebhardt.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much, sir. You may move that microphone however you feel necessary so that we can hear you. Ms. Sawyers?
Yes. And can you please pronounce your name, full name for the record?
Daniel John Gebhardt.
And now, what is your education and experience? What do you do for a living?
I am a pediatric intensive care doctor at University Hospital.
Okay.
Among
And in order to become a pediatric critical care doctor, what do you have to do? What's your education?
I went to the University of Texas at Austin. I majored in, I have a degree from the Business Honors Program. I then went to medical school in Dallas at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical School. From there, I did a residency at Duke University in pediatrics. From there, I did a couple years of fellowship in critical care at Texas Children's before having a baby, resigning that position for a year, working as a hospitalist in Midland, and then came back and finished up here in San Antonio for my last year of fellowship, and then stuck around on faculty.
Okay, and how many years have you been a critical care pediatrician?
As an attending physician, I've been practicing since 2016. So 8.
And are you board certified?
I am.
And what are you board certified in?
I'm board certified in general pediatrics in 2012, and then in 2016 I was board certified in pediatric critical care.
I'm sorry, what year?
2016 in pediatric critical care.
And so, can you describe what pediatric critical care means?
Pediatric critical care is a subspecialty in pediatrics where we take care of anybody who comes into the hospital who is critically ill. So that can be people that need blood pressure support, to people that need really frequent interventions on their eyes, people that need ventilators, people that have failed ventilators and need a heart-lung bypass machine. Those are the kids that I take care of.
And so, is it fair to say you see kids sometimes on the worst day of their lives?
I would say that I meet kids on the worst day of their lives a lot of the time.
And in doing so, have you ever had children pass away under your care?
Absolutely.
And now, when we talk about what's at issue in this case, have you had a chance to review this case?
I have.
And in reviewing it, have you reviewed the medical records?
I have.
And some of the videos and photos in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so, I lost my sheet. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to use the same demonstrative that we went over, but this one will be Defendant's Exhibit 56 to guide the questioning.
Okay.
May I publish?
No, just to make sure, I have the last exhibit number is 53. Did I miss a couple?
You haven't. I have them in my
Okay,
stuff.
okay. So Defense 56, did you give that to Mr. Arroyo?
All right, so you and I have discussed, I'm showing you what, as a demonstrative, is Defendant's Exhibit 56. And Brandon is standing accused of having a legal or statutory duty to act, whether he was a parent or had care, custody, and control of the child. But he had a legal duty or statutory duty to act. They're intentionally or knowingly caused serious bodily injury by failing to do one of those three things: adequate nutrition, adequate hydration, and proper medical care. And would you agree with me that this is what we're focused on in regards to your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, in going over that, let's first take up dehydration. There's been testimony that Dr. Molina did not find dehydration in this case. Would you agree with that?
I would say that there is evidence of dehydration, that would be non-fatal dehydration.
Okay. And so non-lethal dehydration.
Non-lethal, yes.
And let's talk about the definition of serious bodily injury. Serious bodily injury in Texas has a specific definition. It's is significant risk of death. It's cause death, or it could permanent disfigurement, or
Organ damage.
yet, but let me make sure I order it correctly. Sorry, it's a long one. The last one is prolonged loss or function of a bodily member. I mean, give or take a word or two, but in general, that's what it stands for. And so in regards to reviewing on dehydration, did you believe that the dehydration in Benji's case would have caused him serious bodily injury?
No.
Now, in critical care, after reviewing the evidence, did you find anything that would indicate that he was not intentionally dehydrated?
When I was reviewing the case, it didn't seem like he was intentionally dehydrated. The child, from most of the photos that I saw, tended to have wet diapers on, which indicates that he had fluid inside of him.
And in regards to the loss of fluid that he's experienced that day, did you get to see a photo of the mattress with yellow substance on it?
I did see a picture of the yellow substance on the mattress, yes.
And that photo came from the day he passed, correct?
Yes.
And then there was also photos of the front seat of a car that looked like there was liquid or something where he was sitting.
Yes.
Did you see the diaper that he was wearing at the time he gets to the hospital?
I saw the one on the autopsy, yes.
And was it full?
It seemed full.
Okay, and so in regards to, in your experience as a critical care pediatrician, if a child comes in and they've lost water, is there a way for fluids, is there a way for you to determine how much they've lost?
Typically in children, there's a couple of different types of dehydration. This one seemed to be a hypernatremic dehydration, hypernatremia being high sodium levels. And so on the vitreous exam, the sodium, I believe, was around 160. And so it seemed like you can quantify it based on a free water deficit, to get kind of technical. So you take the total body water of a patient, which is about 60% of their weight, and you multiply that times the sodium that you have divided by a normal sodium minus 1. And so for him, 160 over 140 gets you about 14%. And when you subtract out the 1, and then you multiply that by 0.6 and his body weight of 12.7, it gets you to about 1.08 liters.
Okay, so in your estimation, and you use this
in my clinical practice, I see kids that are dehydrated from diarrhea, vomiting, pretty frequently.
And so this calculation, by your estimate, are you trained to use that estimate?
Yes.
You are telling us that he would have lost about 1.08 liters of water?
About that, yes.
Okay, based off of the sodium levels?
Based off the sodium, yes ma'am.
And it appears that he lost it, based on the timing of those photos, would you agree that he lost it pretty close to the time that he passed?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay. Now, I'm showing you what is a bottle of water.
Yes.
And do you know how much this bottle of water?
This is 1 liter of water, so this weighs about 2.2 pounds.
Okay, so this is 2.2 pounds, and would that also be the same? 2.2 pounds is the same as 1 kilogram?
Yes.
Okay, so that 1 liter of water, 1 liter, 1 kilogram, and 2.2 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Those are all equivalent.
Those are cool.
And so, based off of the fact that, was there any indication, you said that diarrhea or vomiting, did you have any indication of diarrhea or vomiting in this case?
So when I was reading the medical record of the day he presented on his final day, there was mention of from his mother that he had been potentially vomiting the night before.
Okay, so that might, along with the urine that seems to be coming out of the child, would that account for that 1.08 liters?
Yeah, to lose that amount of water, yes, you can either vomit it up, have diarrhea, pee it out.
And that in of itself is not someone's fault, correct? I mean, if they're vomiting or peeing, it's nothing that a parent would know. I mean, they didn't cause the child to vomit.
Judge, I'm going to object to cause for speculation.
If you could rephrase your question, Ms. Sawyers.
I mean, is vomiting or urination, is that a child abuse?
It is not child abuse unless you have given a child some sort of poison that has caused them to vomit, or made them sustain some sort of brain injury that caused them to vomit. I would not consider that child abuse. Kids, especially 4-year-olds, tend to get sick.
And so in this case, we have no evidence that he sustained head trauma, correct?
From the autopsy, he did not have any brain findings of traumatic injury.
And there was the toxicology for drugs was negative, correct? Okay.
Yes.
So those don't exist in this case as part of the fact pattern, correct?
From what I gathered, that was not part of the case.
All right, so in regards to dehydration, as we're looking up at there, do you believe that there was a failure to provide adequate hydration in this case?
If he had access to free water, then I would say that he did not, that's not child abuse. If he was able to get to have water, then that's not child abuse.
Well, and based off of what you're observing, is there any other indications? Not just whether he had access to it, but based off of what you're viewing from the body itself, do you believe that there was a dehydration to the level that someone was not providing it?
It didn't seem like that to me.
And then in regards to seeking medical care, did you find, in your opinion, was there evidence to show that proper medical care was sought?
So as a pediatrician, you see all types of parents, but usually if you're asked by someone to show up at an appointment, then you show up and you're doing your due diligence to follow up on whatever they ask you to go do. If you show up to your appointments, then that's a sign that you're seeking the appropriate medical care.
And in this case, did they show up to their appointments?
It seems like they did. There were several doctor's appointments prior to in the last couple of months of his life.
And in regards to the directives he was given specifically on July 20th or 21st of 2021 from CHOSA, did he were those followed?
I believe so. He was told to follow up with his pediatrician. Go ahead. He was told to follow up with his pediatrician, and it seems like they did.
Now, so in regards to whether or not there has been a failure to provide proper medical care, do you believe that there was a failure to provide proper medical care here?
I think that if...
Let me rephrase that. It
Please.
actually should be failure to seek proper medical care, not provide. So,
Yeah, I think that they showed up to their appointments as they were asked to. And when people saw him, they weren't like, man, this kid is incredibly gaunt. They weren't saying, hey, we need to hospitalize this kiddo. They were saying, hey, we need to continue to follow this.
So in regards to the adequate nutrition, which the state, we're really talking about starvation. Have you in your practice have any experience in regards to treating patients that have been diagnosed with starvation?
Yes, I have taken care of several children with failure to thrive. Some of them with severe failure to thrive. I took care of a kiddo that was an immigrant from Ukraine who had been in an orphanage where he was systematically starved for months, given drugs not to make noise, just eerily quiet when the parents walked in. He was severely underweight. I've taken care of kids who have been sold into kind of prostitution and have been...
I'm going to check to the relevance.
Your Honor,
The specifics of this case.
The specifics of those cases I can say.
That's sustained as to those specifics.
But yes, I have taken care of multiple children who have had severe failure to thrive and what would be considered kind of a starved state.
And in those instances, would that have been serious bodily injury by starvation?
Yes.
Have you, in your opportunity to review Benji's case, do you believe that Benji had serious bodily injury by starvation?
I did not see evidence that he was severely malnourished. He was a skinny kid for sure, but he didn't seem to be so severely underweight that it required inpatient hospitalization or even get to the level of critical care.
Okay, so if Benji had walked into your hospital room or your office, did you see pictures of him on the day of his passing?
I did.
Okay. And so I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 22. How does Benji differ from the kids you've seen with serious bodily injury by starvation?
So when I see kids with severe starvation, they usually have thinning hair. They'll have, if it's an acute weight loss, they tend to have a lot of loose skin around their arms, just from that really acute weight loss, which I didn't really see a ton of loose skin. You'll see it like just completely wrinkled down, like someone who's lost a lot of weight. His buccal fat, like his face looks a little bit skinnier, but I see skinny kids periodically. It is San Antonio, so you do see a lot more obesity here, but he doesn't look, he's still got some fullness to him. He doesn't have sunken eyes. Those are the things that I would say.
And I want to be clear what the word acute means. What does it mean?
Acute is in the last, if you've lost a significant amount of weight in the last couple of months. I don't know the exact definition off the top of my head right now for acute, but it's less than, it's definitely going to be in the last, month of his life.
And then versus chronic, which is what?
I'm going to say over like 6 months, where you're really having a lot of the pathologic changes.
Okay. And so let me ask you as well, with kids, is there a difference in the way they present from the age of, like, let's say 3, and as they start to go from 3 to 5? Do they have facial changes of any kind that are...
So kids, especially on the low end of that BMI chart, when they'll hit a nadir, so they start, babies, when they're really, really little, they're chubby little things, and then they start crawling, start moving. And when they do that, they go from little chunks to a little bit stretched out. When they hit this 3 to 5 year old range, especially on that lowest end of the curve, they start hitting a nadir, and that nadir kind of spans from like about 5 years old over to about 7 years old.
Okay, so about
and they stretch out. So this is when their faces are going to start changing. They start looking more like little boys instead of toddlers.
So facial changes in which a face might be getting skinnier, would that always be to a loss of weight?
You can gain weight as long as you're gaining more height. You can have those changes as well.
Okay, so in regards to Benji, as far as lips and stuff, do they appear cracked or in any way dehydrated?
He does not appear dehydrated in that picture, no.
Okay.
Not severely.
Now, the state has an exhibit that is, you looked at the autopsy photos in this case?
I did.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36. And this is a photo of Benji.
Yes, ma'am.
And in regards to his ribs, can you see his ribs?
I can, yes.
Okay. Now, what about his legs? Do you notice anything about his legs that's significant?
He's got decently normal quadricep muscles and calf muscles at that point.
And so by that, you're looking at this right here?
I'm looking at his calf, yes. And then if you go up, you can see that he's got muscle tone across the top of that.
Okay. And then, so you are not just a medical doctor, but do you have children?
I do.
How many?
I have 3 kids.
Okay. And so you've seen boys grow up from, well, how old are your kids now?
I have a 10-year-old, an 8-year-old, and a 5-year-old about to turn 6.
Okay. And in regards to what we normally see in healthy, active children, are you able to identify that?
Yes.
As far as what their rib cages look and their bodies look like?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 54.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do. That is a picture of my kids and my nephew from 2 weekends ago.
Okay. And so would you agree with me that your kids and your nephew are not starved?
I would agree with that. In that photo, they had already eaten individually both $22 worth of Chick-fil-A sandwiches.
And so in regards to this, does this help you show the jury what your ultimate opinion in regards to the rib cage is in regards to Benji?
I can see it. It is not a pathognomonic finding for starvation necessarily.
And would it help if they were able to see what
Sure, I
you
can.
viewed?
So if you look at my nephew there, he went to the pediatrician.
Oh, hold on one second.
Oh, sorry.
Your Honor, at this time, just for demonstrative purposes, I would like to admit Defendant's Exhibit 54.
Kindergarten approach, please.
seated.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Sawyer, do you want to continue?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So, as we were leaving off, when we adjourned for lunch, we were talking about Defendant's Exhibit 54, and you were talking about being able to see the webpage. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 54 and asking that it be admitted for demonstrative purposes only, Your Honor.
Noting the objection, the prior objection to the state, you can show it as a demonstrative item.
Okay. Now, what's going on in this photo?
This was a photo taken during the Texas versus Louisiana Monroe football game. Texas had just scored a touchdown, and you can see my nephew and my two sons jumping up.
All right. Well, I'll forgive the fact that you're UT.
Thank you.
Since I already know. But okay, looking at this photo, though, what stands out to you? You provided me this photo.
I did.
And did you provide it to me for what reason?
Just to show you that skinny kids exist, and that not all skinny kids that you can see their ribs will be classified as malnourished or undernourished or failure to thrive.
Okay. And so, in particular, is
The one on the far left is my nephew.
this one right here?
Yes.
And,
So
go ahead.
he is 9.5 years old in this picture. He had a pediatric appointment on 7/17.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to object
Sir.
as it relates to any specific weights of these individuals. These are not the same age, and I would object to the relevance.
The weights of the individuals?
I believe that he's about to test, he went to a pediatric visit. I'm assuming he's about to provide medical information to an unrelated individual.
Well, and Your Honor, we'll rephrase, or let me.
Okay, sure.
Were you able to, you are aware of the data of this particular individual?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And in looking at that data, were you able to use that data to run the Waterlow score, where he would fall on the Waterlow score?
I was able to do that, yes.
Okay. And where would he have fallen on the Waterlow score?
Judge, at this point, I'm going to object to the relevance. There's no data behind this that is in front of the jury that we could possibly use for cross-examination, number one. And number two, as it relates to the relevance of these individuals. And so they're not the same age. There's a number of different factors that don't apply to Benji's situation.
Overruled, you may answer.
Okay. He is greater than, for the Waterloo classification scale, he is not stunted, and he is in the normal range for his weight.
Okay. And so, and does this help reference?
So in regards to his Waterloo, his height divided by the 50th percentile the ratio is greater than 95%. From a wasting standpoint, his body weight divided at the 50th percentile for his height for the 50th percentile is also greater than 90.
And so,
So that puts him in the normal range for both.
and so in looking at, and I'm going to show you what's Defendant's Exhibit 53, that normal range for both of them is in the green?
That is correct.
Okay. And are both, and did you look at Gomez as well, or just Waterloo?
For Gomez, it is also, sorry, can you?
Yeah.
For the Gomez scale, yes, he is normal. The body weight as a percentage of his weight at the 50th percentile.
Okay, also, I want to ask you, in regards to the arms and stuff, are you still able to see the musculature or the muscles in that individual?
So yes, I can see that he has some muscles. So he doesn't have protein wasting in this picture. You can see that he has a pec muscle, when your arms are raised like this, it increases your thoracic capacity. And so when your arms are up, like if your arms are out like this, it's harder to pull your ribs in. Your rib cage expands, kind of like a bucket handle almost. And so that's why your rib cage looks more prominent when your arms are up.
I'm gonna show you. Photo number 30 on State's Exhibit 76. I don't know why it's spinning out, but I'll try to come back to that then. All right, so let's talk about, on site of Benji, when you saw him in that picture that was on the day of his passing.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Photo? Would you have suspected that he was about to die of starvation?
I would not have assumed that he was about to die of starvation based on, where he falls. Just visually looking at him, he looks like a skinny kid, but he doesn't look like a kid who's been severely malnourished.
And then in regards to mesentery, the autopsy indicated that there was a paucity of adipose tissue on the mesentery.
Yes.
Are you aware that that was one of the findings?
I am aware of that.
Okay. In your experience as a critical care pediatrician, as well as your training in medicine and medical care, did you have experience with viewing other mesenteries from other children?
I have. So in the ICU, there are times that kids get incredibly sick and they're too unstable to take down to the OR. And so we will provide sedation, anesthesia at the bedside, and they will open up their intestines or open up their abdominal cavities and run the bowel, those kind of things. And so you'll see their mesentery at that time. Over the summer, I saw it happen where I went down to the OR to talk to the trauma surgeon because there was a critically injured child and they were running the bowel at the time. And I remember specifically thinking, you can see straight through that kid's mesentery. You could see every single lymph node, every single blood vessel in it. There were no concerns about her I think she was 6, as a 6-year-old with a see-through mesentery. It's just, she was a really skinny kid.
And so, in your experience, does the fact that someone has paucity of adipose tissue on their mesentery, does that mean that they're starved?
It's not pathognomonic for starvation.
That's a big word.
Sure. It's not. So a pathognomonic finding is something that, for a given pathology, gives it, like, this is definitely related to this, and there's only that disease process that is related to it. So it is something that you can have, and it is, it is probably going to be there if you are dying of starvation, but it is not definitive to say, oh, because they have this, this is starvation.
Okay. And in regards to the amount of weight that at most he could have lost, so even assuming his highest weight that is measured on any of his charts is
14.8, I believe.
14.8 was the highest, right?
Yes.
And then he has the lowest at 12.7 at the time of autopsy, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that amount of weight loss to you cause you concern for serious bodily injury starvation?
It would be pretty concerning to me that intervention needed to happen, but it would not be something that I would think is, a fatal loss of weight. So in the cases I've seen in the past.
I'm going to interject a specific answer based on the previous assertions of defense counsel during the French conference.
Your Honor,
As of outside the area of his expertise.
he deals with critical care patients and managing their health. Can you please approach? We're talking about is over the course, we talked about 4.8, and that was at 48 months, correct?
Yes.
And then, so we have at 58 months, which is 10 months later. So in 10 months, we've had, would you agree, 2 kilograms worth of
2.1 kilograms.
2.1. And if we were to convert that into, you're probably do this faster than I would, 2.1 kilograms into pounds, how many pounds is that?
A little under 5.
Okay, so in the
4.6.
course of 10 months, he's lost 5 pounds. In your experience, would that be a lethal, would you be concerned about lethal starvation at that point?
I'm going to renew my objection as it relates to benching. She's asking about lethal starvation. Outside the scope of the expertise.
Understood. That's overruled. You can answer.
So would I be concerned that he was at risk of death at this point? I would not, based on the totality of his growth curve He had always been somewhat little. There are spurious measurements that happen in children's weights, in children's heights. And so, the most recent couple of weights had been somewhat stable. I think they were more in the 14.2 down. And so the biggest concern for me on his presentation, if he had truly dropped down to 12.7 and it was not strictly related to the water loss that had occurred, then yeah, that would be, I would not consider that to be a life-threatening amount of weight loss.
And so more specifically, like you mentioned, in July 21st, 2021 time period, he's going to come down to, those weights are 13.8, 13.84, somewhere around there, correct? Mm-hmm. And so at that time, then, if we were to go based off of the July 21st dates and the weight of 13.8 at CHOSA, between that time and the time he passes, would you agree with me that that's only 1.1 kilograms?
I would agree with you on that.
Okay, and 1.1 kilograms is approximately how many pounds?
2.4.
Okay, so in the 3 weeks since he sees CHOSA and does all of the Center for Miracles is consulted, he drops 2.4 pounds.
Yes.
And now, granted, I mean, the fact that a child is losing weight would obviously need to be addressed, correct?
Yes.
And the reason that child's losing weight, correct?
Yes, and there's a multitude of reasons that would need to be evaluated.
And the question I have for you, though, is the loss of weight in and of itself mean that someone isn't getting fed?
There are multiple reasons to have a child that could potentially be losing weight. And so when we talk, so in pediatric language, there's failure to thrive. And in more of the pathology literature, it's starvation. So sorry if I keep going back and forth between the two terms. Failure to thrive would be any kid that's not tracking along on their growth curve or starting to fall off on their growth curve. And so if we're talking about someone like a child that's losing weight, if they have dropped a fairly significant amount and there is concern, then those children are usually hospitalized for, to see. Like normally the procedure is.
At this point, I'm not getting honest.
Ask another question.
Sure. Okay, so if they are classified or needing, what is the treatment for weight loss? Or sorry, yeah, the weight that's lost.
Or the workup for it?
Yes.
So the first treatment is you just feed the kid and you watch. So the majority of cases for children that get admitted to the hospital, you either feed them, if they're a baby, you put a tube in their nose and you feed them through that. And if they start gaining weight, then it was undernutrition or inability to feed themselves. Then you run into other issues that can be gastrointestinal, psychosocial. You can have endocrine disorders that cause weight loss. There's a heart failure. There's a whole list of things that you would start kind of marching through, trying to work it up. And depending on the urgency of it.
The body's inability to absorb the nutrients.
Yeah, so there are several ways that you can have malabsorption. So if you have enzyme deficiencies in your and so if you're not absorbing, then that's going to look like you're being starved, except if you're being fed and you're not absorbing it, then they can start running more tests.
And in regards to diabetes, does type 1 diabetes, what are the symptoms of type 1 diabetes?
For diabetes in general, they're taught the 3 polys. So it's polyphagia, which is eating a lot, polydipsia, which is drinking a lot, and then polyuria, which is urinating a lot. And so those are the symptoms of diabetes. For type 1 in particular, if it goes unrecognized for a while, you can develop ketoacidosis, where the acids from your inability to use glucose, you start breaking down fats, and those fats go to your liver and get converted into ketone bodies, which are acidic, and those start building up in your body, and you get more and more dehydrated, and those get higher and higher and higher, and the pH in your blood drops and drops and drops. And so those kids can show up pretty dehydrated and breathing really, really hard and fast, because acid buildup in your body is what causes you to want to breathe.
And, that can ultimately, or can it ultimately result in someone passing away from diabetes, type 1, and it's not diagnosed?
Yes.
Now, in regards to type 1 diabetes, can it also affect the body's ability to gain weight, or is there a weight loss associated with type 1?
Yes, that's for them. It's almost a rule that they're going to have some amount of weight loss from inability to absorb the sugar. And so they are just constantly peeing sugar out, and whatever they eat, they can't absorb, or their cells can't use it. And so they just keep peeing and peeing and peeing. And so, a weight loss of, 10 pounds in a 50-pound kid is not unheard of.
And over what course of time?
It can be over the course of weeks, a couple of weeks.
A couple weeks?
Like 2 weeks, you can lose. It depends on how bad they feel, really, and how well they're able to communicate that they feel bad. So if you have a baby that has DKA, they show up really, really, really sick because they can't talk. Whereas a teenager that's like, I just don't feel good, I want to go to the doctor, and then they get perked up, and so they can show up a lot less sick, and they only lose a couple of pounds. So.
Now, in regards to low protein, you heard testimony from Dr. Molina regarding that. Did you hear the testimony?
I did.
Okay. And do you have an opinion on that?
So I believe she was basing her results, or the results that she's using are from the admission on day of death. And so in that instance, the blood was drawn from an intraosseous line. And so Benji had because he was found down or without a pulse, without breathing, it was pretty urgent to the EMS workers to get access into his vascular system so that they could give him epinephrine, they could give him medicines quickly and effectively. Those interosseous lines are about a 15 gauge needle, which is fairly large, and they drill it into the bone. In his case, it was in his femur. And then they will start, they flush it with saline to make sure that that they don't see it swell out around the leg. Like, you can accidentally go through both sides of the bone, and then you're in the muscle and you'll see it kind of swell up on the other side. If you're in the bone, you're in a good place. And so that's the kind of line he had. By the time he got to the hospital, they would have drawn the labs from that interosseous line. And to me, it really seems like the labs that they drew were very spurious because of the values that they got. So you have platelets that are less than 10. You had a hemoglobin that had dropped by by about half. The sodium looked like, compared to the vitreous fluid on autopsy, it was about 153, I believe, which is more like normal saline. And so all of those labs seemed like they were off by about at least half. It's just hard to say when you can send labs to a lab and the lab can be perfect, But if you don't draw the labs well, then the results are just as good as your draw. And so they looked like the low protein level of 2.2 on the albumin seemed like it was spuriously low. The total protein, his liver enzymes were barely elevated. In somebody who's arrested and been down for several minutes, their liver function tests are going to be elevated pretty high because their liver's been without oxygen for a while. Those cells are going to break down, and the enzymes are going to be sky high. And so all of those things seem to go against those being correct
And
labs.
in your experience, when you've had those lines, when you see results that seem questionable, what do you do?
I redraw the labs. So I've had kids where someone comes up to me with the blood gas on a kid who's on a ventilator, and every single one has been fine all night long, and then all of a sudden there's something that's way off. I'm going to go assess the kid, and if everything looks about the same, I'm just going to redraw the lab and make sure. And 95% of the time it's, someone just didn't get enough waste off of the line before they took the lab.
And you would agree in this case that that was not possible?
It probably wasn't, and it was probably very difficult. And you have what you have. You have a kid who's basically dead in front of you, who they're doing CPR on as much as they can and trying to move blood around his body, but it's hard to get blood to go around the body. He had no end-tidal CO2 because they intubated him a couple of times, and because they didn't have end-tidal the first time they pulled the tube out. That's because his body was not making any carbon dioxide anymore. His body had died at that point, and so there was nothing that they could do, and they're probably just trying to circulate blood that's not going to circulate and get back into the bone for them to draw it out.
And so when y'all call, you're trained on, I assume, critical care, pediatrics, to call the time of death if a patient passes. Are you?
I've done that several times, yes.
And does that mean when you call it, is that the same as when someone actually passed?
Legally, yes. But in physiologic terms, no. People get found down and they'll try and resuscitate them, but if their heart had stopped 45 minutes ago, but you're still pumping away on their chest, you haven't called the time of death yet. But they never get a return of spontaneous circulation, never have any other vital signs that are working anymore. That person probably died 45 minutes ago, but you're calling the time of death now.
And in your review of the records, if you recall, when the EMS gets to Benji, did they ever have a heartbeat?
No, there was no, he never had a heart rate that was documented. And the fact that he had pulmonary edema in the bed probably meant that he had probably not been alive at that point either.
So, in regards to Dr. Molina's comments to macrocytic anemia, did you find that to be, do you have an opinion as to regards to that?
So if you have a macrocytic anemia, those are based on a lot of those lab values that they're seeing. They have a normal reference range that's for their lab. If you are a pediatrician, you know that lab values differ based on your age, because a baby is not the same as a toddler, is not the same as a teenager, right? And so there's a book called the Harriet Lane that has normative values for each age group. For a macrocytic anemia too, you also have to look at the where it was drawn from. So all of those lab values are based on drawing a lab from the peripheral blood. If you're in the bone marrow itself, the bone marrow has blasts in it. The bone marrow has really big precursor white cells that you're going to see, and precursor red blood cells that you're going to see. And so red blood cells go through a process of losing their nucleus and and then it goes out into the bloodstream and it lasts for 120 days. Sorry. If you have a macrocytic anemia, you need to not draw it from the bone marrow where you're going to be making all of those really big blood cells. You cannot try and judge it based on a bone marrow biopsy.
And so the Z-scores, we've heard some talk about that, and let me show you. Excuse me, States Exhibit 219. So, you would agree with me, this is from the World Health Organization, the BMI for aged boys, and this is a chart that would graph the Z-scores, correct?
Yes.
And while you weren't here, Dr. Lukather did the BMI for the autopsy of 12.7, and he graphed it right here. Can you explain what this really means to us lay people as far as the Z-score and how it relates to what we see day to day?
So Z-scores are just a way to look at standard deviations. Every Z-score is one standard deviation from the mean. And so 0 would be at the 50th percentile and that line would go across each age and be at the 50th percentile for that age. Then you get into your Z-scores that go out and out. So for a Z-score of 1 on either side, in between those two lines, you're going to have 68-ish% of kids fall within that range. Okay. If you go to 2 Z-scores, it's about 95% will fit in that range. So if you go to a school that has 1,000 kids in it, you will get 950 of them to fit in that range. That means 50% will be either, or 25 are going to be bigger, have higher BMIs, and 25 are going to have lower BMIs than that. You get to that third Z-score, and you're talking like 3 in 1,000 at that point. And so those are, it tells you kind of how normal a kid would look to you at that age,
Okay.
from a height and weight standpoint.
And so out of a class of 10,
He would be the littlest in 10. And if you had a class of 20, he would probably still be close to the littlest in that class.
and this alone would not mean that he was at risk for serious bodily injury, starvation.
That alone, no.
And then a number of doctors saw Benji in the last few weeks of his life, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is your assessment of Benji consistent with what the doctors who assessed him in person found?
So I can't comment.
I'm going to exactly what it relates to. Essentially, she's trying to offer another doctor's opinion and say that his doctor is here. That's not the proper method of offering those doctors' opinions.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
So, well, did any of the doctor's notes that you reviewed indicate that they were concerned for Benji's weight?
Judge, I'm going to object. It calls for speculation as to what those doctors were thinking.
Are you,
The records themselves speak for themselves, and he reviewed them.
so I just want to make sure I understand what you're asking. You're asking whether there's indication in the doctor's notes that were reviewed by.
Yes.
Okay. Overruled, you may answer the question.
I did not see in their notes that there was a significant concern for him having severe enough failure to thrive for them to do something about it at that point, other than continue to follow up as an outpatient.
And when you say continue to follow up as an outpatient, what do you mean? What was the recommendation?
So from
What do you recall?
so what I recall is, in training, you're taught that to send someone home from the hospital or to admit them to the hospital, right? You have to, if you need to go to the hospital, it's because you need something done in the hospital, because you're at risk of dying from, or having serious bodily injury at that point.
I'm going to object to the common response. That's a good question of what was the plan of discharge, essentially.
If you could ask another question.
Sure. I mean, on the 7/21/2021 visit, do you recall the plan of discharge?
Specifically, no, but it was I believe that was the ED visit.
Would it help to refresh your recollection?
Sure, please.
Well, it's actually in evidence, so.
If you have the doctor's name that saw him, I can tell you.
It's the.
He was the pediatric ER visit.
Dr. Henry.
Yeah.
So, I mean.
So departure plan. Yeah, so he was seen for the multiple bruises and the self-harming behavior, had reassuring labs, and so they were going to refer him to to a geneticist and a behavior specialist, and then send him to an ear, nose, and throat doctor because they thought he might have had a perfed eardrum. But and then they discharged him to have them follow up with Child Protective Services about a safety plan.
And so in there, did it say anything about following up with a nutritionalist or anything to do with nutrition or food?
I see nothing about following up for weight nutrition issues.
Okay. And then we can see from our medical records that are already in evidence that he does go to Little Buddies on 7/26 and follows up with a pediatrician, correct?
Mhm.
Which
Yes.
is what he was at, or what
What they were asked to do.
What the parents were asked to do.
Mhm.
And then the ENT doctor is followed up with on August 10th of 2021 to San Antonio ENT, correct?
Yes.
All right. So are geneticists easy? Are those easy appointments to make?
Absolutely not. They are probably one of the more difficult ones to come by in an outpatient setting in Texas.
And do you recall why he was referred to a geneticist?
Because of the developmental delay, the constellation of symptoms that he was showing. So a little bit of being short stature, a little underweight, because he had the speech delay and the self-harming behavior. There was concern that he might have some sort of either behavioral disorder or some sort of syndrome that was not diagnosed.
And every physician, do physicians have a duty to report?
Physicians have a duty to report if there is concern about a child's safety.
Child safety or child abuse, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And so if a child comes in, and even if he comes in for one reason, but something else is discovered, I mean, are doctors in your practice, is that ignored?
No, it's not. If there's a concern, we make, our duty is not to the parents, it's to that kid. So I don't mind pissing off 150 parents as long as that kid goes home safely.
And so in assessing this, or in assessing the child, and the child's the patient in that setting, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it important to assess the patient for all of their complaints or possible complaints?
It's, if you're going to see them, and if someone comes in for a cough and a cold,
you're probably not going to do a full exam and look, like I don't need to see if their testicles are descended at that point. That's for, a well child visit. It's you do what you need to, but if you see something that's concerning at that point, yeah, you need to follow up on it. So if you see like weird bruising around the ears or something, yeah, you need to start asking questions.
And in this sense, if there had been observable malnutrition that would cause serious bodily injury, that would be something that a doctor would ethically be required to follow up on, correct?
I would think so, yes.
Now, he started. Before the break, I was showing you some photos of Benji, and we were talking about adipose tissue. And I want to show you what is Defendant's Exhibit 126. And do you notice anything about his body that would indicate that he was not suffering from malnutrition to the extent that it would cause serious bodily injury?
I don't see a ton of loose skin on him. He looks like he has some protein stores left. He doesn't look incredibly fat, but some kids just aren't chubby.
And in regards to his buttocks?
Yeah, he doesn't have a loss of skin. So if you look at pictures of people with severe malnutrition, they have a lot of different folds there from the excess skin that used to be covering more muscle mass.
So, going back to Defendant's Exhibit 56, and our 3 things that we're looking for, would you have found that there, in this case, based off of your review, did you find that there was a failure to provide adequate hydration?
I did not.
Did you find that there was a failure to provide adequate nutrition?
From the available evidence, I didn't find that he had that.
And then in regards to failing to seek, as opposed to provide, I apologize, failing to seek proper medical care, did you feel that there was a failure to seek proper medical care here?
To me, it seemed like every time they were asked to show up somewhere, they did. They didn't try and hide the kid.
What the individuals were doing.
That's sustained.
Well, they followed up for their care. Were they taken to people who would have been in a position to evaluate the situation?
Yes, they took Benji to the appointments that they were asked to go to.
And so in your opinion, in your medical opinion, was there a failure to seek proper medical care?
I do not think that there was a failure to follow up for medical care.
I passed the witness.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gart.
Good afternoon, Mr. Villarreal.
I want to start with, you talked with Ms. Sawyers about diabetes.
Yes.
Is it your opinion that Benji had diabetes near the time of his death?
I do not think he had type 1 diabetes.
Right, okay. So as it relates to all the questioning of type 1 diabetes, that doesn't, you have no opinion, or rather your opinion is that he did not have type 1 diabetes.
I did not think that that was the most likely cause of his death.
Okay, I want to make sure. So in your testimony, you talked about, you had seen photos of Benji and that his diapers appeared to be full. How many photos did you see like that?
There are so many photos in this. However, it was usually the ones like where he's crying on his bed, or the one from his autopsy that looked full.
Okay, so you have one video where you think it was full and then an autopsy. Are there any photographs where you think his diaper looked full?
I can go back through all of them again, but no, I do not. There were a few of them in there when I would see him in a diaper that
looked like, oh, that one is full, and it's full of urine, probably.
Okay, but you don't know what's in there, right?
No,
Fair to say. You don't know how long that diaper's been on Benji, right?
I do not.
Okay. So the fact that his diaper is full does not give you any indication whether he had drank recently or he had ate recently.
Other than if it had not been on for like days on end, yes. I can't tell you when he put that diaper on, so yes.
You don't know if that diaper's been on for 24 hours.
I do not.
Okay. I want to talk about the IO. I'm going to refer to the interosseous just for
Thank
the
you.
court reporter. I think you appreciate that. The IO. Are you saying that labs drawn from an IO are not reliable?
I am saying that in certain situations, labs drawn from an IO can be, if you're drawing it one time from the IO, which is what it appeared to be, if it's not drawn properly, which it appeared to not be drawn properly, it's not going to be a reliable test. If you're basing it off of the normative values of a peripheral stick, it's also going to be different. You can go look at the normative values, and from an IO, they have those available, but they don't have, not in this case.
My point is that it wouldn't make sense, right, that a physician would draw from an IO if those results were not reliable. Because you're making clinical decisions about these.
Yes, you should. And you're trying to make clinical decisions. The same thing can be done with a central line. So if you put a line directly in the neck that goes into the right atrium of the heart, and you draw labs from it, but you don't waste enough of the IV fluid that had been in the line, your labs are going to be tainted with IV fluid, depending on how much blood volume you drew.
Okay, and I guess my point is that you're not telling this jury that the IO result is not reliable because it's from an IO. You just are basing your opinion on the fact is that you don't, looking at the results of the IO, you don't agree with the results.
Those labs look very off for a kid who had been in cardiac arrest and had vitreous labs drawn that were different by a significant amount.
Okay. Are you trained to interpret vitreous results?
So I am not trained to look at vitreous results. I'm looking at
Okay.
literature to base that opinion off of.
And that literature is forensic pathology literature, correct?
Yes,
And you are not a forensic pathologist?
I am not a forensic pathologist, that's correct.
Okay. So I want to talk about the placement of the IO and kind of how that looks in a critical care setting. The IO was placed on Benji prior to him getting to the hospital.
Yes.
And EMS put that IO in place.
Mhm.
When you put the IO in place, do you have to flush it? Do you have to, what happens?
So usually a lot of them now come with a drill, and it's just a needle that has a small drill bit inside of it so that it can get through the tissue into the bone, and then you feel the pop of the bone, you know you're in place, you unscrew it, and then you secure it. You put some IV tubing with a flush on it, and you inject and withdraw a little bit to make sure that you're in proper placement.
And at that point, is it connected usually to an IV drip?
It can be, or it's usually connected to like the syringe, and so in a code situation, you're probably not going to put it on an IV bag necessarily. You're probably going to be giving multiple types of medicine through that line.
Okay. And prior to giving epinephrine, if I'm understanding the records correctly, they
Yes.
do like a flush.
Yes,
And that's just saline solution they're pushing in, right?
yes.
And they do that before every epinephrine push?
It's usually after every epinephrine push,
Okay.
just so that you can, if you push the epinephrine into the bone, that's great. It will be in the bone until blood is able to be pushed through all the way back up to the heart. And so the goal is to get it back up there as fast as possible. So you want to push fluid afterwards to get it on its way.
Is there a typical amount that they're pushing after every epinephrine?
Usually 10 mLs. They all come, most flushes come in 10 ml syringes.
So every epinephrine push, generally speaking, they're pushing 10 mLs through. Are you aware how many epinephrine pushes they did?
I was, it was around 6 or 7,
So 6 or 7 times 10 is how many?
60 or 70.
70 milliliters,
Yes.
right? Plus the epinephrine. What's the volume of the epinephrine, do you know?
It depends on the concentration of the epinephrine. So he is, around 12.7 kilos at that point. So it's usually about 10 mics per kilo. Sorry, I'll do math real quick. It's 1,000 milligrams per 10 mLs. So about 100 mics. So it's about 1.2, 1.3 mLs.
Okay.
Times 6 or 7.
And then when he goes to the hospital, are they putting a line on it at that point?
A line.
IV line.
They could. I was trying to look that up just now because I missed that. If they've given him multiple boluses or not.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as state exhibit number 10. That's Benji at the hospital, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to zoom in to this right here. That's the IO line.
That is the
right?
IO. Yes.
Okay. And looks like that's the same IO line in state's exhibit number 11, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This line, is this the line that's normally attached?
Yeah. So that the IO itself is the blue part. That's a 25 millimeter IO, I believe. And so on top of that is a little lure lock or a little hub that just screws onto it. And then you have that line that comes off of it is just a little bit of plastic tubing about 4 inches long that has a clip on it just over his knee, is a little clip that will seal it off so that blood doesn't kind of run back into it if you have something attached. And then there's a clave on the very tip underneath his knee where you can attach syringes to it to push fluids through, push medicines through, that has a little spring in it to stop it. And so those are the components. So that line, yes, that's typically added to it, and that just keeps you from dislodging it because you're not screwing directly into it and manipulating the actual IO.
And so when he goes to the hospital, are you able to say whether he's attached to some type of bag, drip, anything like that?
I could not find it in the chart just now. In a code situation, you're probably giving epi. So, and then you're waiting kind of 3 minutes in between each dose of that.
You're pumping fluids into this kid, right?
Potentially.
Okay. And like right here, this fluid around, it's on the kind of the right side of his body.
Mm-hmm.
Does that indicate to you in that type of code situation that they're pushing fluids in?
I don't know what that fluid is.
Okay.
Usually if you're pushing it into him, it shouldn't be
Dr. Gebhardt.
outside.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No,
If,
you can move the microphone
yeah.
actually all the way over.
If in a code situation, there are so many things that fluid could be. He could have stooled. He could have had other fluids that were just dropped next to him. There's no telling what necessarily that ended up being.
If they were to be attaching him to some type of drip saline solution, they have to clear the line first, right?
From what standpoint?
Meaning they're going to hang the bag, right? And they're going to have the
fluid run
tubing come
down.
down, right? And they're going to let the fluid from the saline bag come all the way down to the end of the tube.
Yes.
Right? So they're going to make sure that there's no air in the lung.
Absolutely. Yes.
Right. In these code situations where they might be doing this, potentially dripping on the bed.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So that again, that wetness in that area, you're not telling the jury that that's urine.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
The part where his diaper is showing, The bottom of that looks like it had some sort of fluid in it. The fluid that gets dropped on him is probably not going to get dropped into his diaper. And so that looks like a diaper that has had a little bit of urine dumped into it to fill up I don't know what the absorbent material in it is.
Right, and I'm not talking about like the diaper necessarily. It's clearly cut, but it's still covering
Yes.
his genitalia. Right?
Yes.
And that's, if you're covering with the diaper, the point of the diaper is to catch the liquid in from it, right?
Indeed.
Ideally.
Ideally.
Okay. Not always the case with children.
Not at all.
So, let's say hypothetically that Benji he's connected to this drip line, they're pushing fluids in addition to the fluids that you've already talked about, the flushes, the epinephrine. That fluid is going into the body, right?
Yes.
And like Ms. Sawyer's made a point of, that fluid has weight to it. And if they're pushing fluid into the IO, is it staying in the bone?
It should be able, the point of an interosseous line is that you're in the vasculature. So the bone gets bathed in blood and then it comes back out through veins, back into the vasculature. So it should go into the vasculature.
So it's going into the body, right?
It should, yes.
Right. And is it staying necessarily within the vasculature, meaning like the arteries, the veins?
It will stay in the body. Does it necessarily stay in the vasculature? No. In somebody who's incredibly sick, acidotic, the junctions in between the veins, the junctions in between the arteries kind of start breaking down, and so that fluid can leak out. And so in somebody who's really, really sick, all that fluid can just start leaking out, but it stays in the body from a weight standpoint.
And as it relates to, let's just say, like the skin, I mean, can it be at that point absorbed into the skin?
It will get absorbed into all the extracellular tissues and intracellular tissues.
Right. So it's going to his body, essentially.
It will go into his body, yes.
Okay. And again, that fluid that it's pumping in could have inflated the weight at autopsy.
Indeed, it could have. If you're talking grams at that point. So if you got 7 epiboluses and 10 flushes, then that's going to be like 110 grams.
And that's just assuming just on that, just on the epinephrine.
Just on that epinephrine.
Right. And you're not talking about any drip that would be going into his body.
That's correct.
Okay.
And so,
wanted to talk about defense exhibit. Number 54 for a second. I'm sorry to put your kids in your neck back up here, but
no worries.
my understanding is that your testimony is that you were talking about this individual that on the Waterlow scale would have been considered normal.
Mm-hmm.
You would agree with me that his hands are up,
Yes.
right? And so you said that increases thoracic volume,
Yes.
and so it makes his chest kind of get bigger.
Mm-hmm.
And would that make the ribs look more pronounced?
It does.
Okay. So when his hands are up, his ribs are not going to look the same necessarily when his hands are down.
That's correct.
Okay. So did you review pictures of Benji on 7/20 of 2021?
What setting was that in?
And I'm sorry, I'm asking you dates and like I know that you know. I apologize.
No worries.
On the date that police went to
The home.
the home prior to his death.
Yes,
And so in that you saw photos of perhaps of Benji, correct?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been already admitted as State's Exhibit number 94. Benji's hands are down in this photograph, right?
Yes.
And in this, you can also see his ribs, right?
Yes.
So you can count them, right?
I can see a few. Yes.
Right. Is there a term when it's the space between the ribs?
The intercostal space?
Yes.
Yes.
In your view of the literature as it relates to starvation, this concave nature between,
The concavity of the intercostal space?
that's why you're a doctor, is that consistent with starvation cases?
It is consistent with.
Right. And so, fair to say, we're looking at State's Exhibit number 94 to 54. It's a little apples and oranges as it relates to the body, how they're positioned.
Indeed. They're different. I would say that you can see the ribs and the intercostal spaces more clearly on my nephew than you can see it on Benji in this photo, where his arms are down. You can see that he has vellus hair on his back as well in this photo.
Okay. So you testified earlier as it relates to, when we're talking about dehydration and lack of ability, the failure to provide adequate hydration. You kind of provided a caveat. I said, if he had access to free water, then not child use, something to that effect.
Yes.
You reviewed the videos, correct? Sorry, for the court version, yes?
Yes.
And so those videos included surveillance videos from the home, correct?
Yes, they did.
And in those videos, Benji is the ones in his room. You would agree with me that he is, his ability to leave the room is restricted.
It is.
There's not only the door in place, but there's a gate.
Yes.
And you also saw videos of Benji at night, correct?
I did.
In the room, crying. And did you hear those videos of him crying for water?
Yes.
And in those videos where he's crying for water, is that gate in place?
Yes.
Is that free access to water?
It does not. No, that's not free access to water at that point.
Okay. Same thing for food, as it relates to the barriers for food. In those videos, you saw Benji in the room, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just for the court record.
Yes, sir.
And in those videos, there's ones of him crying for food, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when he's crying for food, the gate is in place.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And you saw videos of at least one video of surveillance in the home, correct?
Yes, sir.
You saw probably multiple.
Yes.
And in those, there are, at least in one of those videos, there are locks on the cabinets where the food are and at the fridge. Is that free access to food?
That is not free access to food.
As it relates to the doctor's appointments and visits, starting on July 21st of 2021, when Benji goes to CHOSA. Why does Benji go to CHOSA?
He went there to have the evaluation for the bruising under his eyes, I believe.
And reviewing those records, did it appear that he was evaluated for his any weight concerns at that point?
It didn't seem like there was a significant concern for his weight at that point.
though, does it appear that he was worked up or doctors were consulted as it relates to his weight?
It did not seem like that was the biggest concern on their minds. They did not really have access to all the prior records. This is an emergency room visit, and so they're dealing with what they have in front of them. And so they thought, we have a kid with bruises on his face, and we need to go through, and he asked a lot of appropriate questions about behavioral issues and stuff like that, but there wasn't a failure to thrive workup initiated.
Right, did they ask what's Benji eating on a regular basis?
No.
And in that, you would agree with me that at the beginning of that note, when they go there is a mention of failure to thrive.
Yeah, that he's consistently little, yes. Or is little at that point, yes.
And I want to get to that in a second, but
Sure.
specifically, it says failure to thrive.
Yes.
And even with that notation, do you see any workup as it relates to asking him what he eats, asking about food preferences, mentioning why he has been losing weight, any of those things?
No, I did not see any of that done.
So when we're talking about weights in kids, it's important to also consider the fact that kids should be growing, right?
That is, yes. That's why you go to the pediatrician at 2 months, 4 months, 6 months, 9 months a year.
Right? You're a parent,
Yep,
and
Yes, sir.
you've gone to those appointments,
I have.
and I'm sure even more as a doctor, you want to look at where they're at on the growth curve.
I try and just be a dad in those appointments so that I'm not trying to be super annoying. But yes, I do look at that.
I wish I could do the same thing, to be fair.
Yep.
You're going there, and because you want to make sure your kid's developing appropriately.
Absolutely.
And so, if looking at this, Ms. Lawyer's asking questions about what his highest weight was minus his lowest weight,
Yes,
right? And what's the time difference between those?
10 months.
And in those 10 months, he should be gaining weight, right?
Yes, he should be gaining weight. Kid weights, though, are notoriously hard to determine exactly. And so you can have someone measuring at one clinic who knows what they're doing. You can have someone who measures a different way at a different clinic. So it's a different scale. It's, do they make them take their shoes off, or is that too much of a hassle? Is it, are they wearing different clothes in the wintertime than in the summer? Those kind of things play into it. But in general, on the trend, it should be, even if it kind of is jagged, it should be going up.
Right, and we're not looking at individual points, we're looking at trends.
Exactly.
Right? Kids might get sick, and so
Exactly.
a couple weeks later, it might be a little bit less. But that doesn't mean that your kid will necessarily grow.
That's correct.
But when we're looking over a 10-month period, where we have points where he's been consistently growing,
Yes.
and then we see a point where it's drastically different, that should be looked at, right?
It should be looked at. And so that's why I'm saying if you have a kid who shows up and you have concerns about weight loss, that's when you start getting them into different subspecialties to see if there's something that you can do to figure out why. Is it a psychosocial thing? Or is it, are there new stressors? Is there regression? Is there whatever?
And that's something you might do as a clinician, fair?
Absolutely.
But are all clinicians necessarily going to take the exact same steps that you are?
In general, they should, but no, not necessarily.
Right? Because doctors are humans, fair?
Yes,
And doctors make mistakes.
some do. Yeah, no, we do.
So, again, when we're looking at the growth chart in States Exhibit number 111, we see generally an upward trend. Fair to say?
Yes,
From
from birth.
birth to approximately 48 months.
Yes,
Right, so we have this upward trend. The first time we have a downward trend is after 48 months.
that is correct.
And that downward trend, starting at 48 months, ultimately concludes at his death at 54 months.
Yes, I'd say you have 2 points that are a little bit above, and then you have continued growth from about the 50th month there,
To this
that
point?
one to that point, and then it starts, and then it precipitously drops off.
Are you aware of the difference in these two weights?
It's going to be very, very small.
Okay.
So it's like 14.2 to 4.
Maybe 13.8 to 13.84?
Yeah.
Okay. And
Very tiny.
that could be just a difference
Of the
in-
scale.
Also, it could just be a difference in how it's reported, right?
Mm-hmm.
2 decimal points versus just 1,
Absolutely.
right? So when we're talking about 13.84, if you were to just give 1 to the 10th, that's 13.8.
Exactly.
Okay. So this doesn't necessarily mean that there is any growth during this period of time.
It doesn't. It just, as a trend, it will be going up slightly. That's it.
Okay.
And so then you look at the next point, you're like, okay, maybe it's just a straight line across that.
So when we're looking at this growth chart, we have data points pretty consistently from 0 months to approximately, I think it's 22-ish months. And in that, I think we can agree generally he's on or around the 5th percentile for the most part.
Yeah, he's a little bit under for several of them, but he's close to the 5th percentile. So he's kind of tracking along his growth curve.
And Benj is a premature kid.
He is. He was like 35 weeks and 4 days, I
I
believe.
don't have the date. I know it's
Sorry.
35 weeks, but
Yep.
about 5 weeks premature. And how long do those effects of prematurity generally last?
So usually we will continue to adjust their gestational age or their chronologic age to when they came out until they're about 2 years old, and then you kind of consider it a wash at that point.
Okay, so 2 years would be about 24 months, right?
Exactly, yes.
Okay, so around here, we wouldn't necessarily expect to see these manifestations of being born premature.
Yeah, he would probably be on his growth curve at that point, and he would just track along
Okay.
at that point.
And so the first point that we have after that, after 2 years, is at the 25% growth curve, around there,
Around there, yes.
right? And then the next point we have after there, at 48 months, he's still on or around the 25% growth curve.
Yes.
Okay. So you cannot tell this jury that between this 22 months and then the 40 months that he's on any of one of these curves, right?
He is tracking along on Benji's growth curve. And so, if you go through, kids hit growth spurts at different points during their childhood. And so when you have, that's why it's really just a trend along the curve. So, kids will hit puberty at different points. And so when you're looking at this from the, 2-year to 18-year-old, there's a point where a lot of the kids will take off, and then kids will start kind of crossing the percentiles, but it's because they haven't hit puberty yet, and then all of a sudden they shoot up.
Right.
So,
And when we're looking at,
but him specifically, he hits a growth curve. He should not be shrinking at that point.
right. And so between this period of time, you can't say he doesn't sure he's on the 5th, or you can't tell him he's on the 25th.
Yeah, he's probably just somewhere in between.
Okay. Generally speaking, when we're looking at, you talked about adolescents, but when we're talking about children younger than 5, are we expecting them to go down on growth curves?
No, they shouldn't be crossing.
Right. If anything, they should be going up on growth curves.
They should be going, well, they should be tracking along. There might be a period where they kind of plane out and then shoot up again and shoot up again. But if you average this out across 100 kids, it's where you end up getting those nice smooth curves.
Okay.
And they should not drop down in weight.
Do you use any of those tests that our defense talks to you about?
The Waterloo and the Gomez and all those.
Yes.
When trying to classify the degree of malnutrition, those are kind of the standardized tools. It's so rare in the United States to see this kind of stuff that it's not routinely brought up.
Have you ever used it in a clinical setting?
I have used it the one time when I was dealing with that child from Ukraine just to see how far down they were and like how it would be classified. But that was more of an academic process for me.
Okay, so in a clinical setting, you're not even using this?
Not necessarily.
Okay. In looking at this, and I should ask you, did you review this prior to testifying today?
I did.
Okay. So you're familiar with it?
Yes, sir.
So as it relates to State's Exhibit number 53, this is the Gomez,
Yes.
Defendants.
I'm sorry, Defendant's Exhibit number 53, definitely not State's. This indicates that he's moderately malnourished.
I believe so.
Do you need to look up?
Yeah, it's the orange one, so it's moderate.
Okay. And then on the Waterloo,
Mild.
mild on both of those.
Yes.
As it relates to those, have you seen, let me ask this question first. In your practice, in your clinical practice, have you ever seen a kid die from starvation?
I have not seen in the, once they get to us, if they're still alive, I've seen bad manifestations of it, but they have not passed. We were able to turn them around.
So in your clinical setting, you've never seen anybody die from starvation?
No, it has not been the cause of death.
So, as it relates to the literature, and it's already been talked about, do you have an understanding about, essentially, there's no threshold as it relates to these tests when you're talking about lethal starvation?
No, there's not. It's mostly, a lot of the stuff that we'll see is not necessarily from intentional starvation or malicious intentional starvation. It's usually like an anorexic child who will come in with severe body dysmorphism. And so once they're under kind of the 70th percentile for their weight or their ideal body weight, is when you get pretty worried about, their cardiovascular status, whether or not they're having severe bradycardia, cardiac dilation, that kind of stuff.
And those kids, do you know how old are they?
They can be, unfortunately, they can be anywhere from, 7-ish up through teenage years.
Okay. And anorexia is a more chronic condition, fair to say?
It can be, yes.
So when talking about the macrocytic anemia, are you aware of Dr. Molina's opinion as it relates to that on not just August 17th of 2021, but July 21st of 2021?
Yes, I'm aware of that. And what was the MCV value on that day?
I can give you in a second.
Perfect. Sorry, finish your questions.
Let me ask this question first.
Yes.
The lab values as it relates to the macrocytic anemia, those were not from an IO, were they?
I believe those would have been from an intravenous draw.
Okay. As it relates to the 8/17 of 2021, how do you know those came from an IO?
From the day of his death?
Yes.
There were no other venipuncture marks that were noted.
Okay. Are you always going to see those?
You would potentially, when you have a child die, you're taught to never remove anything from them so that everything goes to the medical examiner's office as is, so that they can do a very thorough investigation. And so you're not supposed to remove tubes, lines, anything.
Okay. So you're not supposed to do like EKGs? You're not supposed to do any of that?
You're not supposed to remove like invasive tubing, so intravenous lines or NG tubes, OG tubes.
about some of Dr. Molina's findings to see if it's been present in your clinical history?
Sure.
The thymus, what is the point of the thymus?
The thymus is an organ that develops from your pharyngeal arches and then drops into your lower chest here. And it's a big part of your immune system. And so it is what your white blood cells will go to help find the proteins that are your self. And your white blood cells will learn self from not self by coming out of there. And so they're your specific cells that will go and kill funguses and viruses.
The thymus, in your clinical history, it can involute or...
It does. It can involute. It usually involutes over time. Things that cause it to involute are severe stress, or if you've been on steroids,
Okay.
those can cause it to involute.
You looked at the medical records, did Benji get a lot of steroids?
Not that I could tell. I know he'd had ear infections in the past and had like Ciprodex eardrops, which are dexamethasone containing steroids, but
Okay. Are those eardrops going to make the thymus involute?
that I know of, no. Whether or not he absorbed more of them because he had a hole in his tympanic membrane that was letting it drip down into his stomach, maybe, but they would not. It would be more like the chronic ear infections and the inflammation from that would cause his endogenous steroids to be up.
And so, why does the thymus involute again?
Because you don't need it anymore.
As it relates to stress?
As it relates to stress, steroids make it, like stress makes it go away.
Okay. And starvation can be one of those stresses.
Absolutely.
Benji at 4 years and 11 months, would you expect that his thymus or part of it to still be intact?
At that point, you're not really seeing, like in babies, you'll see a thymic shadow on their x-rays. Babies that come through the ICU that get intubated and stuff, those thymic silhouettes will start disappearing over time. On autopsy, I don't know how big they're supposed to be at that point, so I don't know
Okay, so you don't know
how much of it should be left. I know that they take them out during cardiac surgery in babies because you don't need it anymore.
Okay. As it relates to the some of the other autopsy findings, the collapsed small intestine and large intestine, what does that indicate to you?
That there was nothing, there wasn't much inside of it. So, if someone has a very plain diet, so if you're just eating simple carbohydrates, you can absorb those a lot more easily than you can if you have a lot of fiber in your diet. It also would indicate, if you're not eating anything, yeah, that can be empty. If you have pretty profound emesis, and you can empty out your stomach pretty well.
Would that include emptying out your small intestine and large intestine?
It would not. It would just probably mean you didn't eat a lot in the interim, hopefully.
So that finding could be consistent with starvation?
It could be consistent, yes.
The lack of mesentery fat. Why do we have fat in the mesentery?
Why do we?
Some of us more than others.
Some of us more than others. It's just a place where you store fat. And so it's just like your abdominal wall. You can store fat inside your mesentery. You can store fat on this giant drape of an omentum that kind of hangs over your bowels. There's a lot of places you can store fat.
Is there like something is it relates like insulation kind of?
Yeah, and it's, your bowel kind of comes outside of you embryologically and then twists back into you and then tacks itself down. And so it's just a nice way to keep your blood vessels separated and not twisting on itself.
The fat.
The fat can help with that, yes.
So that translucent mesentery that is identified in Dr. Molina's autopsy, that can be consistent with starvation as well.
Yes, because it's associated with being skinny.
I want to talk about skinny kids for a second.
Sure.
Skinny kids still have fat on them. right?
Some of them, yeah. Most of them. And so you should see some level of fat on them.
Within their internal organs, or inside of, let's say, their abdominal cavity.
They would have some fat, but like I said, when I went down to the OR on that child who was in the car wreck, it was, you could see completely through it, and there was no concern on her for failure to thrive. You could still see some fat, but it wasn't a lot of fat in her abdominal cavity whatsoever.
So you could see fat in her abdominal cavity.
There was barely any, and you could see from, like, she had I'm not going to talk about that, never mind. You could see like the sub-Q fat. It was a very thin layer across her stomach.
And I'm assuming you didn't measure any of that fat, right, in that setting?
Not in that setting. I didn't have sterile gloves on, no.
Okay. What did her subcutaneous fat look like?
Her subcutaneous fat was incredibly thin. It was maybe a few millimeters.
Okay. Did you look at her chest cavity?
No, there was no going into her chest cavity.
Okay. So you weren't able to tell whether there's any other fat in that part of her body?
No.
Did you complete any of those, for lack of a better term, tests, like the GOMES or water flow on her?
No. She was a relatively healthy, active young lady who had a low BMI for her age, but it wasn't like we were concerned that she was malnourished. She actually had just left a party with her dad, and where she had been eating at that point. So there wasn't concern for neglect, failure to thrive, that kind of stuff.
Okay. And do you recall what her BMI was roughly?
I think she was around like 13 and a half. So somewhere in like the second percentile. Yeah.
Okay. 13 and a half?
Yes, for her age at that point.
And do you recall Benji's BMI at the time of his death?
12.7.
12.9?
12.9. Okay, there you go.
12.7 kilos.
Kilos.
12.9.
9. I think he was like 0.99 body surface area. Yeah.
And looking at those standard deviations, you've previously testified about Benji, correct?
Yes.
And you also, during your testimony, talked about the BMI. Do you recall?
Mm-hmm.
And in that, you actually made this exact, well, not this exact chart, but a similar chart. You recall that?
Yes.
And in that, we see he's at the second standard deviation.
Yes.
Are you sure it's 95%?
So you have 95% will go between between this top of the second, or the two standard deviations above and below will contain 95%.
Are you sure it's not 97?
You would have 2.5% below it and 2.5% above it.
Okay. If I give you the data behind this, are you willing to change?
I'm willing to change.
Let me see if I can pull it.
It's because they determined that two standard deviations above the mean was a 1 in 20 chance, which is kind of arbitrary and fanciful from a statistical standpoint. And then two standard deviations ended up being that value.
So I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as case exhibit number 226, which is the BMI for boys. So he's approximately 4 years and 11 months at the time of his death and roughly 12.9, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's closer to the third percentile, fair to say?
Sure.
Okay. So when we're talking about the third percentile, that would mean that below here
Would be 3% of the kids.
would be 3% of the kids?
Mm-hmm.
And
Above
here
it would be 3% of the kids, so 94%.
Okay. And so that means 97% of the world's population is heavier than, has a higher
Yes,
BMI than.
has a higher BMI than it. Well, 97% of 4-year, 11-month-olds will have that.
And that's taking into account populations of, let's say, like East Africa.
So the WHO does their studies from about 6 different countries, and it's a representative from most from countries where it's like well-nourished children. So they're not going to, like the United States is actually included in that as well. Because they're wanting to compare these kids to normal, healthy, nourished children.
Well, let's circle back to that. Just,
Are you at a stopping point, Mr. Diego?
do we need a break?
Probably, we've been at it for close to 2 hours, so.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to take a short break.
All right, for the jury. may be seated.
Mr. Gagliano, please.
Let's get back to the 7/21 of 21 ER visit for the black eyes.
Yes, sir.
Who sent Benji to the doctor that day?
I believe it was the people that did the welfare check on him.
Okay. They went to the hospital because CPS sent them, right?
Yes.
And when CPS sends them there, and then they're given referrals, all of the subsequent visits, the ENT and the primary care at Little Buddies, so on 7/26, he goes to the Little Buddies, and then on 8/10, he goes to the ENT. Those were all after CPS had already sent him to the hospital,
Yes.
right? So does that appear to you that the parents are going on their own volition?
They were going because they were told that there were concerns.
One second. So what are the potential long-term effects of being malnourished?
So there can be several long-term effects depending on the types of deficiencies you have. If you're talking about vitamin deficiencies, you can have intellectual disabilities. You can have the anemias can propagate. You can have infiltration in your liver, depending on the degree of malnutrition, heart failure, those kind of things.
Can you have stunting?
You can have stunting, yes.
And would that affect your overall height you're able to reach eventually?
Yes, it would probably keep you. It depends on how long you're stunted for, but yes.
That would permanently impair your height.
It would impair your ability to probably play basketball and stuff like that, yes.
What are some other types of ways that it can have long-term effects?
In what sense? So there's several ways that it can affect you. If you have chronic malnutrition, it can affect your immune system. You can get more infections depending on the degree. Again, it all depends on the degree of malnutrition that you're talking about.
Let's talk about moderately malnourished.
Okay. So moderate,
Long-term effects.
you might not have the same cardiovascular health growing up, and your liver function might be off.
So you might have some cardiovascular health issues.
Depending on how severely malnourished you are.
And what would those look like?
So you can have like heart failure as your body starts shutting down and trying to conserve energy. You'll have pretty profound bradycardia and not be able to really keep up with your metabolic demands. And so you might get tired more easily.
What about liver issues? What would those look like?
Hard to say. You can get like in kwashiorkor, where you have like a protein malnutrition, you get fatty infiltration of your liver and hepatomegaly or big liver.
Okay. Any other liver issues that might exist?
You can end up with like gallstones and have hepatobiliary issues.
Any other things that you can think of that might have long-term effects as it relates to being moderately malnourished?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. What about severely malnourished?
Severely malnourished people will have, they're at risk of dying.
Other than death? Anything you can think of?
The same as for the moderate as well. But with appropriate nutritional rehab, a lot of these people can come back from it.
So, in cases where individuals are starving to death, they can receive medical treatment, nutrition treatment that would ultimately prevent them from succumbing to that starvation.
That's the hope, yes.
And there's certain ways that those need to be treated, fair to say.
Right. When you reintroduce food to people, it can be incredibly dangerous from an electrolyte standpoint. So your potassium levels, your phosphorus levels have to be watched very, very closely.
So ultimately, I'm understanding your testimony correctly. It is your opinion that he did not suffer from starvation, but he lost weight.
He had lost weight. It was a significant, he lost weight, and that was a very concerning point for him. I don't feel like the degree of weight loss that he had was what caused him to die. So you can die with something and not die from that. So if you're an adult and have coronary artery disease, you can die with that. And when you're doing an autopsy, you're like, oh yeah, this person probably had a heart attack. Don't know for sure.
As it relates to cause of death, you don't.
I don't. I only do that on natural causes. So when I sign death certificates, it's usually outside of that scope.
So you're not implying that he didn't die from starvation.
I'm not implying that he didn't. Well, what I'm saying is there are several other entities that I would have tried to rule out more, or would have thought could have been a possibility compared to starvation.
You agree you're not a forensic pathologist. You don't issue causes of death as it relates to individuals who die initially where it's unknown as it relates to the cause of death.
I am not. I am a clinical physician.
And so, do you have an opinion as to what caused Benji to lose weight?
So I do have an opinion on it, but there were several other factors. If he did really lose, if he had been vomiting all night, or if he had been vomiting the night before, he could have had electrolyte derangements, like low potassium levels, that would predispose him to having arrhythmias. If he has an issue with a gastroenteritis, those viruses can cause inflammation in the heart, a very patchy inflammation in the heart that will cause you to be predisposed to having dysrhythmias. Having a sodium that high or low can cause you to have seizures that can cause sudden unexplained death in epilepsy.
Okay, so all those things you're talking about are pretty close, like dehydration, all the things would be pretty close in time to his death, right?
Yes.
So I'm trying to account for the 10 months from when he goes from 14.8 to his ultimate time of death to 12.7 kilograms. What do you account for that weight loss?
So again, there could be psychosocial factors. So I know that there was a new baby in the house. He'd had developmental regressions. He'd been out of a diaper and then goes back into a diaper. He had the self-injurious behavior. These kind of things can be really stressful for a kid. And I know that the person who saw him at CHOSA was also concerned for behavioral disorders. And so, yeah, kids can stop eating. They can do these painful things to themselves that you wouldn't want to do to yourself, but they can release endogenous opioids that cause them to feel better.
When did those first come into the medical records as it relates to allegations of self-harm?
I think that was initially with the bruises on the eyes.
So that was 7/21 of 21. approximately a month before he died.
Approximately a month, yes.
So the 9 months before that, where there's no evidence, there's nothing in the medical records to suggest all of what you've just been talking about. Fair to say?
Yes, because it was probably in January-ish is when the last weight that you're talking about being adequate at 40 months or 48 months, and then coming forward to that.
Right, so in between that date, really, in preceding any other medical records prior to 7/21/21, there's nothing in the medical records that you reviewed to suggest that Benji was self-harming or engaging in any type of disconcerting behavior.
No, and it would probably be, I can't base it off of anything other than what I saw in the medical record.
I'll pass it this way.
Sawyers.
Yes. So in regards to the behavioral aspect, you did not review the body-worn camera from the officers that were present at the welfare check on 7/20/2021, did you?
Was it shown to the jury? Or was it shown in the trial?
It was shown to the jury, but in our review, did I provide that?
You did not provide me that. No.
Did you happen to see it
On YouTube.
at any point?
I saw it on YouTube yesterday.
Okay. All right, so are you aware that at that time, at that visit, there was already a behavioral appointment scheduled?
I did not know that he had a behavioral appointment scheduled at that point.
Okay, but if there is already an evidence, statements by the parents as to the date of the behavioral appointment being scheduled, then that would be an indication that they already were aware that there was behavioral issues that needed to be addressed.
Yes.
So then let's talk about the numbers, because there's been a lot of focus on this 2 pounds in the last month of his life, right?
Mm-hmm.
And by your calculation earlier, you stated that if you were to do the water weight of the loss based off of the sodium. Do you remember that calculation?
The free water deficit, yes.
And so your free water deficit was 1.08 liters,
Yes.
correct? Which you would agree, I come to, if you did that times 2.2, which is the weight of a liter of water, is that 2.376?
Yes.
Okay, so that would have been a difference of 2 pounds, 2.376 pounds that he would be missing in his body if he were to have the appropriate amount of water based
Yes.
off of sodium.
Based off that sodium, yes.
Okay, and he had lost water that day at some point, we can tell from the diaper and other evidence?
From the evidence, he had been, if the mom was to be believed, that he had thrown up and had volume loss from that, and then his kidneys were trying to hold on to more sodium so that they would hold on to more fluid. That's where you would get up to 160. That, or if he had swelling in his brain, that could cause him to lose his pituitary. He would probably lose more free water that way.
And in this case, did he have slight swelling of the brain?
According to the autopsy report, Dr. Molina noted that there was cerebral edema present.
Okay. So, but in any event, the body, the liquid is escaping the body through the urinal tract at some point, and we see evidence of that throughout the day, and then possibly vomiting.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if it's 2.376, and we have the last weights that were here on like 7:26 and 8:10, those were weights of 13.80 and 13.84 kilograms.
Yes.
And I apologize, that is pounds, but what would it also
So on weight, if you add the 12.7 to the roughly 1, you're going to get back to 13.8 kilos.
So if we have the 12.70 that kilograms that he was at fasting,
Yes.
or at the autopsy, and then you stated that the weight of the water that you estimated he lost was approximately 1.08 kilograms. When you add that together, you're back up to right where that.
Where he had been. Yes.
Okay. And so for you, is the 12.7 all that, does it stand out in your mind at all?
It does stand out in that it's low and it looks like a precipitous drop. I would just say, I went back through the medical record. I looked at the code sheet finally and found it. He had gotten the 7 doses of epi, but he did not have any IV fluids given because the epi is going multiple times, and it's every like 3 minutes, so you're pushing it and then you're letting it circulate.
And so when we talk about the epi and how much volume that is, just so that we're clear, you said that it's 10.
If you're giving a flush behind it, it's a 10 ml flush, and then the dose of epi for him would be 10 mics per kilo, and it's 100 mics per ml, and so you're talking about maybe 1.5 mLs total if you're being generous.
Okay, so so we have 1.5, 1.5 mLs, and what does that translate into grams?
That's 1.5 grams.
Okay.
So he could have gotten about 111-ish or 110 grams extra of fluid that day.
1.5 grams translate into kilos.
A kilogram is 1,000 grams.
And so.
So 0.001 kilos.
All right. So the amount of fluid that he got at the ER was 0.0015 kilograms approximately.
It could have been like, per dose. And if he got 7 of those plus the flushes, I would give him, at least say it's 100 mLs, so give him 0.1 kilos for that.
0.1 kilos is what kilograms is what you ultimately think that volume would have been versus what looks like his body had depleted just based off of the calculations for sodium would be about 1.08 kilograms. Okay, so when you put it in that context though, is that number as concerning as it might initially appear?
To me, it's not as concerning from a weight loss standpoint and from a starvation standpoint. It made me think that there was some other cause for his death.
Okay. And so, and we're talking about these 2 points right here. In seeing children's records, like you said, I mean, the fact that those are so, the difference between this highest point and the next point is only approximately 1 kilogram, right? Mm-hmm. And so, it's not a significant decrease.
I can't say it's not a significant decrease. I can say that it's, I don't know who measured him. I don't know what the circumstances were. That's 10 months before he died, so that's the winter time. So was he wearing more clothing, still wearing his shoes, thicker socks, that kind of stuff? Those are all things that play into a child's weight.
And so if he's wearing jeans, even if
they're tiny jeans, so it's not going to be a crazy amount, but it might add, half a pound and a coat and that kind of stuff. Hopefully the person who weighs him knows better, but you never know. And like when we admit kids with failure to thrive and we're weighing them, it's even a battle amongst us. It's like, well, did they pee or poop before they got weighed? Is it the same scale at the exact same time of day? Those are the things that we put in, like we measure, and make sure to try and get rid of as many variables as possible. So.
And variable is a good word because you would agree, there's so many variables here, it's hard to tell for sure. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, in regards to falling off the curve, if someone falls off the curve, does that mean they're going to die?
Not necessarily. So it's the people that tend to die from starvation are very cachectic. They are symptomatic from their cachexia with weights that are below the 70th percentile for their ideal body weight. They have dilated hearts and are very prone to having all these dysrhythmias and the like. So they have severe protein malnutrition, and they're the ones that I would suspect are going to be the ones that are going to die from starvation. Whereas this kid looked like he was losing weight, and it was concerning, but I wouldn't say that starvation is necessarily what killed him.
And I mean, did Benji have cachexia in your opinion?
He did not look cachectic.
And cachectic is, like, I mean, the jury has not seen a photo of a cachexic person.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe?
Judge, I'm going to object as it relates to misstatement of the evidence. Witnesses have testified that he appeared cachectic. So I object to the former question.
I don't understand your objection.
You said this jury has not seen a cachectic person. Dr. Molina has testified that Benji was cachectic. So to suggest that is a misstatement of the evidence.
Go ahead, Ms. Sawyers, please.
Can you describe what cachectic person looks like?
So to me, as a person who takes care of alive people, a cachectic person appears to, have significant fat loss, where you're going to see significant indentations in between their ribs. You're going to see weight loss evident by the loose skin, the significant folds on their butts where they had skin before, and that's now just flat. And so they have other bony protrusions. You can see their spine sticking out. There are other places that you could see the cachexia. Their faces, you can see this buccal fat that goes away. You start seeing bones from the jaw that will show up from the lack of fat. And so just being a little bit skinnier doesn't make you cachectic, it makes you skinnier. But I won't say that Dr. Molina's wrong. She can say that the kid appeared cachectic to her. To me, that Benji did not appear to look cachectic from a clinical standpoint. He looked skinnier, and that would concern me, but it wouldn't make me think this is what caused him. This is not something that I would think, man, this kid's gonna die. I need to admit him to the hospital.
And in your review of the records in the autopsy, did you find any organs that had been, any organ damage or any organ failures?
From what Dr. Molina described in the autopsy, and having reviewed autopsies multiple times, we go through them in our division. For any kid that passes, we do a morbidity and mortality conference. And so when we're looking at it, she had described that there was some cerebral edema. She had said that the heart appeared large, but it did not measure large for his age. And there wasn't fatty infiltration in the liver. It was the lack of mesenteric fat, and I think she said that there was like very minimal sub-Q fat as well. But I didn't see evidence of significant organ damage necessarily. And so,
Or any, she didn't know.
like if the lungs were heavy, it was probably just the fluid backup end of them. So
But I mean, in her autopsy, she doesn't
say anything.
that
Yeah.
there's any organ that is failed.
Yep.
Correct?
That's correct.
All right, and then I'm gonna show you. I'm showing you what's photo number 30. What do you see when you look at this photo?
It's Benji drinking water, and he is not very tall for his, what date was this taken on? 8/14?
This is on 8/15.
Yeah. So he appears small for his age. He's pretty skinny, but he's got his mouth open. That's going to make your buccal fat appear thinner as well.
Let me ask you, do you see his stomach?
Yeah.
Is it concave or is it protruding?
It's flat.
Can you see this curvature right here?
It's a tiny bit out, yeah.
And then can you see the ribs on him in this picture?
Not from this angle. I think you can see one below his elbow
Right
there.
here?
Yeah.
Okay.
That might be his costal margin. I'm not sure. That's the inferior border of the entire rib cage.
Okay.
So-
But if you were to see this photo, would you be concerned that this child needed to go to the hospital immediately for medical care?
No, but I would be thinking that he probably needs to be worked up. But I wouldn't say that he needs to be under inpatient care and need intensive rehab.
And so would you agree with me, there's a difference between a child who might need to have more information known and more education on what's going on?
Absolutely. There are kids that, not everybody gets to be lucky enough to go through life and become a pediatrician and get to know what normal kids are supposed to do. And, they have to go by what they're told. And so, you hopefully can catch these kids. That's why you see them frequently, and why you see them basically every year for their annual follow-up visits, is so that you can hopefully catch these things in time and fix them and help educate people.
And so, have you, besides Benji's case, have you ever testified for the defense before?
No, well, yes. In Benji's case, it's the first time I've ever testified or been called by the defense, but I don't really consider it testifying for either side.
And so, have you testified though and been called by the state numerous times before?
Yes.
And so, in reviewing this case though, you did not come to the conclusion that what you reviewed indicated that there was severe malnutrition that would lead you to believe that a parent failed to provide adequate nutrition.
That was the conclusion I came to, yes.
That it did not.
That this was a concerning case and a very sad case. A little boy's dead, and that's awful. And it frankly, it just sucks. And there's nothing more about that. But to say that it was just because of starvation and we need to put a label on it and say, yes, this is 100% that way. I saw a lot of opportunity for other potential causes of death, and that's why I agreed to come and testify after reviewing it.
Thank you, I pass the witness.
I just have a couple questions. What lab are you using for the water deficit calculation?
It's a free water deficit.
No, what lab?
The sodium
Yes. But for what?
from the vitreous fluid
From the vitreous fluid.
that was drawn on autopsy and should match pretty closely. It was drawn a few days late, but the sodium levels tend to drop in the vitreous fluid.
Can that match the IO?
The IO lab was 153,
Okay. So what was the vitreous?
160.
So those were similar?
Those aren't the same, no. A normal value for sodium is 140. So you're talking pretty significant differences in levels at that point.
What's the difference?
7 milliequivalents per liter. So it's, you know, a normal osm for a human is 280 to 300. And so you're talking about 2%.
So
of the
do you know
total
how to
osmols.
interpret the vitreous as it relates to doing the water deficit?
So if the vitreous fluid should match pretty closely to what the serum was at the time of death.
Okay, so are you saying that they do match or they don't match?
They should be fit pretty similar.
Are they similar?
They're not similar in that one is significantly off compared to.
Okay, so you're not using the IO.
The IO seems to be, I would throw most of those labs out in my mind because they seem like they're trash labs.
Okay, so they're not similar to you in that regard.
In that regard, they're not.
Okay, so all of this water deficit, you're essentially, if I'm understanding correctly, is to account for any water loss that might be through urination or vomiting.
It's any dehydration. So if you have a dehydrated state because you've been losing water and your kidneys are reabsorbing sodium, then you have a free water deficit.
And how do you eliminate water from your body?
Vomiting, diarrhea, urine, sweating.
Okay, so are you aware of how Dr. Molina measured Benji's weight at the time of autopsy?
Yes, she weighed him with his diaper on and on the table,
So
as
Dr.
was.
Included the urine that was in the diaper
Hmm.
and the stool that was in the diaper.
Yes.
Okay. So are you taking that into calculation as to what water he might have lost?
If you're going by that diaper, there would be a few hundred mLs in that.
A few hundred mL?
Mhm.
Okay. So the calculation she did with you on the Post-it note, that's subject to the water also that would have been contained in the diaper?
Yes,
Okay.
potentially. Yes, so that's the 2.7 kilos, or the 12.7 kilos is how she measured him.
Right, so that calculation you have to, that you were doing is going to be subject to also the water weight in his diaper.
Correct, there would be some, but there's not a liter of fluid in that diaper.
When's the last time you had a kid with a diaper on?
Are you talking about at work? Because that was like a couple of days ago.
Okay.
Multiple times I've seen lots of diapers.
Right, and they get pretty saturated.
They can, yeah.
They can hold a significant amount of water.
Some of them can, yes.
You said that you're never called by the defense, that you feel like you're not testifying for either side. Are you being paid to testify today?
I have not been paid to testify. I think I will get paid eventually if I
Okay.
submit a bill.
And what is your rate?
I don't have one yet. I've never done this before, so I was going to seek guidance on that. It'll probably be close to what I get paid an hour when I'm at work.
Okay. Your previous testimony, did you have a rate then?
I did not.
Okay, so what is your understanding about how much you're going to be compensated?
I've probably spent about 80 hours reviewing stuff, testifying, going around doing this. So it would probably be around $6,000 or $7,000, maybe.
How many?
6 or 7,
$6,000 or $7,000.
maybe.
I'll have witness
Yeah.
Anything, Ms. Sawyer?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Well, because the state is.
Yes.
Doctor,
Thank
thank
you.
you very much for your time.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Sawyer is your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. You may we approach?
Yes.
may be seated.
And Ms. Sawyers, if you could call your next witness.
Yes, I call Miss Catherine McKinney.
And ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been sworn in a hearing outside of your presence, so she is under oath. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon.
Hello,
Hello. Can you introduce yourself or state your name for the record?
Catherine May McKinney.
And Miss McKinney, how are you employed?
I am self-employed in private practice as a registered dietitian and certified diabetes educator.
And let's talk a little bit about your credentials. Where did you go to school?
Texas A&M, and followed up after that at UT, and then Indiana University School of Medicine just for fellowship in pediatrics.
Okay, so from Texas A&M, what was your degree in?
Sociology and health.
In health?
Health.
Okay. And what year was that?
1991.
And in regards to, I will forgive you, but for going to UT, but in regards to UT, what was your degree in?
Nutrition sciences.
Okay. And was it a master's degree?
Yes.
And then what year was that?
94.
Okay. And talk to me a little bit about, like, so you got a master's degree in nutrition sciences. What is nutrition sciences?
It is just the study of just that, the science of nutrition, and how you apply it to medical diagnoses to help prevent, help treat, etc.
And oh, I apologize.
It centers on the medical part of nutrition, not the culinary, or I'm not culinary trained, don't get me wrong, but just the science and how it applies to the medical field and diagnoses.
And let's talk about, when did you become a registered dietitian?
94.
And what's required to become a registered dietitian?
A minimum of a master's degree, then a 1,000 hour internship or practicum, and then applying for and passing a national exam or board.
Okay, so you're board certified registered dietitian?
Yes,
And then what year did you said 1994?
yes,
And then you got certified in diabetes as a diabetes educator?
correct.
What's involved in that?
It is, so dietitians, nurses, pharmacists, and medical doctors can become diabetes educators. So we do not just the nutrition part of diabetes, but we also help patients manage their medications, their lifestyles with exercise, and everything that might affect blood sugar levels.
And so you mentioned that you also did what year did you get your certification in as a diabetes educator?
2004.
And after that, you say, or at some point you did a fellowship, and where did you do that?
Indiana University School of Medicine. There's a children's hospital there, Riley Children's Hospital in Indianapolis, Indiana, and that was in 1995.
1995. Okay, and in your career, how many people have you helped as a certified diabetes educator?
It would be in the thousands.
And as part of what you do for a career, do you have, tell me what that involves, like day to day?
A lot of education, a lot of teaching patients signs and symptoms and how to handle those. I work with some organizations that support children with type 1 diabetes, for instance, and we try to raise awareness and advocate for, everyone knowing the signs and symptoms so that we can make early diagnoses.
Now, have you had a chance to review this case?
Yes, I have.
And you're aware that Mr. Cervera is being accused of having failed to provide hydration, failed to provide nutrition, and failure to seek medical care, correct?
Correct.
And in regards to the failure to provide nutrition, have you observed kids that eat a lot and are not able to gain weight in your?
I have. And a lot of times that is due to either a medical or a diagnosis that we don't know about yet, perhaps. In the case of type 1 diabetes, that can manifest quite easily, where a child is eating a lot but still losing weight. Sounds crazy, I know, but it can happen. And
so let me ask you, we heard testimony, and did you hear Dr. Lucifer's testimony? He talked about metabolic disorders,
yes,
and he mentioned type 1 diabetes. Did you hear that?
yes,
And when he mentioned type 1 diabetes, he also testified it was a possibility that Benji could have passed because of type 1 diabetes. Did you hear that?
I'm going to object to mischaracterization of the evidence, Judge. We would ask, I would ask you to instruct the jury to remember Dr. Lucifer's testimony for themselves, because I believe it's a mischaracterization.
The jury will remember the testimony of Dr. Lucifer for themselves. What the attorneys say is not testimony or evidence. Ms. Sawyers, if you wanted to re-ask your question and perhaps reword it.
Yes. Did you review Dr. Lucifer's transcript?
I have not reviewed the transcript now.
But you did hear him testify?
Yes,
Okay. And did he testify when asked, is it possible that Benjamin had diabetes? He said, yes, it is possible. Okay. Now, in regards to that, when you reviewed the case, what all did you review in the case?
the medical record and the photos and videos,
Of Benji?
yes,
Okay. And when you say the medical records, would those be the medical records that start from his birth?
correct,
And they go through Communicare and the Communicare records, did you review those? That were,
if they were in the master of medical, I did, yes,
and the Baptist Health records,
correct,
as well as the records from SHOSA,
correct, yes,
and the more recent records from the Pearl Emergency Room, the San Antonio ENT, and the EMS records.
yes.
Okay. And so, in reviewing those records, did you find, as well as did you review the autopsy report?
Yes, I did.
And when I say the autopsy report, did you review that entire
Yes.
packet of information that we received from the medical examiner?
Yes. Mhm.
And in there is an investigative report, correct?
Yes.
And you read that?
Yes.
And so after reading that entire report, along with all the medical records, and watching the photos and videos, what is your opinion as to whether or not Benji, well, let me back up. What are the signs and symptoms of type 1 diabetes?
The main signs and symptoms of type 1 diabetes prior to diagnosis, or what happens, what does somebody show when they're developing type 1 diabetes, primarily are excessive thirst, excessive urination, voracious hunger, eating yet losing weight, bruises, cuts, scrapes that don't heal very quickly, and blurry vision are the hallmarks of blood sugar on the rise.
And did you observe any of that to be in the medical literature or the medical records?
I did.
Okay.
just the symptoms, yes, and signs.
And then also, how do you get type 1 diabetes?
Type 1 diabetes is very different than type 2 diabetes. I always hate that they call it the same thing because it's easy to confuse. But type 1 diabetes is actually an autoimmune disorder, and it is usually triggered. You have to have a genetic predisposition to it, and something triggers the autoimmune response. A lot of times it might be a virus or some environmental factor. And that starts the cascade of the autoimmune response. And what I mean by that is in autoimmune disorders, the body attacks itself. In this case, it attacks the pancreas.
At this point, I'm going to object to narrative. I think this is beyond the initial question.
Overruled. Go ahead.
It attacks the pancreas and starts killing off the cells that produce insulin. And there's different studies with different timelines, but there's 3 stages in type 1. The first 2 stages are the autoimmune response, and then by the 3rd stage, there's actually blood sugar starting to fluctuate and go up, and that's when the symptoms start.
Okay, and so in regards to when we see symptoms, let's talk about, is there something in your profession that's referred to as the honeymoon stage?
Yes, the first year after diagnosis is called the honeymoon stage, which is where the pancreas is continuing to make insulin, but it's very sporadic and unpredictable. And we call it honeymoon because the pancreas is still working, it's just slowly continuing to deplete, and it makes it very difficult to manage insulin. Insulin's it's a treatment for type 1 diabetes. It's not a cure or anything, but it makes it harder to manage insulin because if you take a dose of insulin, then your pancreas wakes up one day and makes some of your own, then that could set you up for some low blood sugars, for instance.
And when you say it's the first year after diagnosis, what happens if someone hasn't been diagnosed? Would their pancreas still experience a honeymoon period where it's fluctuating?
Yes, if they were able to survive the high blood sugars. So the 2 risks of when you have type 1 diabetes and take insulin is highs and lows, because both are very dangerous. So if they were able to survive a period of very, very high blood sugars, then yes, the pancreas could come in, bring those down a little bit, and the symptoms subside for a time and then come back. So it's kind of a waxing and waning of signs and symptoms.
And so what constitutes a high glucose?
The American Diabetes Association defines a high blood sugar as fasting more than 130 and 2 hours after eating more than 180. A diagnosis of diabetes is made anytime a random blood sugar.
To the answer, Judge. We just previously inadmissible. I'm going to object for inserting unadmissible answer.
Your Honor, she's just talking about the parameters of what is required.
The objection is overruled. You can answer the question.
So in my capacity, I don't diagnose, but I know the American Diabetes Association guidelines, and they set the standards for what qualifies. And if you were to go to your doctor and do a random blood sugar anytime during the day, if that number were to be over 200, that would get you the diagnosis of type 2 diabetes or type 1, because the parameters are the same for both.
And so what, in regards to, let's talk about the labs that you reviewed in this case. did you find any indications that Benji had glucose levels over the 200?
There was a finger stick done. They call it a D stick, a dextrose stick in the ambulance. And they noted the result of being 300.
And then what date was that?
That was 8/17.
Okay, 2021?
Correct.
And then, was there any other indication in the labs that he had a high glucose level over 200?
On the labs taken that day at the hospital or drawn, they came back at 214, the glucose level.
And then, there's vitreous labs that are done at the medical examiner's office. Did you hear about those?
Yes,
And did you hear Dr. Molina's testimony regarding the preservation of those samples?
yes,
Okay. And do you recall her stating that they are refrigerated until they're tested and then they're frozen?
correct.
Okay. And that she also, when asked when did these samples that she took get frozen, she was unable to provide a date as to when those got frozen. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you find anything in looking at the glucose labs that were taken by the ME's office suspicious?
Just a approach.
Yes.
You provided a copy of the labs, the NMS labs with the glucose on it.
Correct.
Okay. And that lab came with a lab result that came from the medical, the sample was taken from the medical examiner's office, right?
Yes,
And in your practice, do you routinely review lab work?
I do.
Okay. And okay. Now, in regards to vitreous fluid, are you aware whether or not there is a distinction between labs that are talking about vitreous fluid or labs that are talking about blood?
A distinction between the results or the
results.
samples.
The results.
Differences in reference ranges?
Yes.
No.
Okay. And so, have you ever read vitreous reports before?
I haven't.
Okay. So, So putting that aside, you heard other experts testify in regards to labs that were taken, that the vitreous labs that were taken. And did you hear Dr. Christensen testify regarding his concerns over those labs?
Yes.
Okay. And that, would you agree with me that because of the way the samples were preserved, that will leave a question mark as to, for you, and your ability to be able to make any conclusions based off of those labs?
Objection for lack of personal knowledge, lack of expert knowledge, and I'll just do those, Judge. I can't remember.
Is this in regards to the vitreous fluid?
Yeah, it's a question mark for her, like she's not able to answer. Her conclusion does not assume.
Okay, I think if you reword the question, I think the question was a little confusing. If you reword the question.
I apologize, it's late in the day.
I understand. I understand. We're all there.
So the point is that in regards to the labs at the end that the ME is going to draw, putting those aside, everything leading up to that, would that have been something that would have raised your attention as a possible diabetes that had been gone undiagnosed?
It does for me. You have to understand, I think about diabetes all day, every day, and talk about it. And so those things really jumped out to me in my experience.
Were there other labs that, like for instance on the July 21st, 2021, that also jumped out at you?
There was, there's a lab called a lipase. It's an enzyme the pancreas makes for digestion. And historically, we see lipase levels elevated just prior to diagnosis of or onset of type 1 diabetes. I think the lipase was 114 and high cutoff is 78. And then there's one lactate dehydrogenase, which when it is elevated, typically means there's some tissue or organ breakdown or damage occurring, but it doesn't say where it is. It's not specific or anything like that. It just says, hey, you know, something might be going on. And I think it was 457 with a high cutoff at 241. So those are the two that jumped out to me in reviewing the labs taken on 721.
Okay, and in regards to the prevalence and mortality rates of someone with type 1 diabetes, can you speak to that?
So globally, I found data from 2021, and that year, approximately 500,000 people were diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. Of those 500,000, 35,000 were undiagnosed or misdiagnosed and died. You can't live with type 1 diabetes. The only treatment we have is insulin. Insulin wasn't discovered until 1921. Prior to that, every single person that got type 1 diabetes died from it. So 35,000, that's a lot of people. We still have a problem with early diagnosis.
And in regards to how quickly the onset is, what's the time period in which it presents itself before it becomes terminal?
It's very highly individualized. There's 3 stages. The first 2 stages are just the autoimmune response. Blood sugars are fine, and there are no signs or symptoms yet. In the 3rd stage, the blood sugars start to fluctuate, and you start to see signs and symptoms. High blood sugar, the thirst, the hunger, things like that, the blurry vision.
And so when we look at the weight loss in regards to Benji's case, would his weight loss from 721 to 817 be consistent with someone who may be experiencing type 1 diabetes onset?
It could be, yes.
Ask the witness.
Mr. D'Amico?
So, you're not a medical doctor, right?
No, I'm not.
And so you can't actually diagnose diabetes, can you?
No, I can't.
That includes type 1 or type 2.
Correct.
You said that diabetes, you sometimes have to have a genetic element. There has to be a genetic element.
Yes, there does.
Okay. So, as a dietitian, you're registered with the state of Texas, right?
Correct.
And that would be the Department of Licensing and Regulation, right?
Correct.
And they have a Rule 116.140, called Areas of Expertise. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not.
But that is the 15 pages, the 15 points guiding the areas of expertise of dietitians.
Yes?
And nowhere on there does it say anything about diabetes interpretation or diabetes diagnostics.
That's in my role as a registered dietitian. I think it is within my scope as a certified diabetes educator.
But that's certification, that's like a degree that somebody gave you based on an educational program you underwent.
They didn't give it to me.
What do you mean they didn't give it to you?
I worked really hard for it.
I understand that, but the state of Texas doesn't monitor that program to see if it's complying with the standards of the medical community, do they?
No, that's a national program.
And it's accredited by whom?
The Certification Board for Diabetes Educators.
But that doesn't allow you to make a diagnosis of diabetes, does it?
I never made a diagnosis or said that I could.
Well, but when you said if you had a stick over 200, you're going to get that diagnosis. That's not making a diagnosis?
No, it's
Your
not.
Honor,
I'm informing of the
Just
parameters.
1 second. Ms. McKinney, if you see any of the attorneys stand up, if you can just
Okay,
stop.
sorry.
You're okay. If you stop talking and I can address them. Ms. Sawyer?
Misstatement of the testimony.
It's cross-examination. Go ahead, Mr. D'Amico.
Didn't you say if you get a finger stick of over 200, you're going to get that diagnosis? Isn't that what you just said on the record?
If they go to their doctor, they will get the diagnosis because that's the American Diabetes
But
Association
isn't that exactly
parameters.
the problem
Okay,
that
just
you...
1 second. Please do not speak over each other for the sake of the record and the court reporter.
Thank you, Judge. Isn't that exactly the problem, though, is that you are not allowed to make the diagnosis, but you're saying, but I know what the diagnosis would be if this was the circumstance.
I know the American Diabetes Association parameters and their standards of care, which state the guidelines for diagnosis. I can't make the diagnosis, but I know what the parameters are.
And so you're talking about the finger stick done in an ambulance, right?
Correct.
Were you aware that there's evidence in front of this jury that at that time Benji was already non-responsive?
No,
And so his heart was not beating?
I was not aware of that.
And how would that affect the results of the glucose taken from the finger stick at that time? You can't
Glucose,
say, can you?
Your Honor, he's, hold on.
post-mortem glucose levels drop. That's why we use the vitreous.
They drop. So how quickly do they drop?
I don't know.
So how could you say how the test has been affected?
Well, it would appear lower than it actually was if it was taken post-mortem.
Okay, but you don't have the experience to be able to say what the test would have said if you were alive, right?
Absolutely not. I don't think anyone could.
But it's a post-mortem test, and so all the testimony in here has said, post-mortem, this test, blood tests generally, are not reliable. Do you remember hearing that testimony?
No,
You don't remember hearing Dr. Molina talk about that?
no,
You don't remember hearing Dr. Lucifer talk about that?
no.
You don't remember Dr. Gebhardt talking about that?
Yes,
Do you remember Dr. Gebhardt saying it was his profession as a pediatrician who actually diagnoses diabetes, right?
yes,
That he didn't believe that Benjamin had diabetes?
correct.
And that there was nothing in the records to indicate that he did have diabetes?
Okay.
Okay. What about the lack of damage to the pancreas as indicated by Dr. Molina? Isn't it true that both of the forensic pathologists to testify said that there would be pancreas damage if there was type 1 diabetes?
Yes,
Okay, but there wasn't pancreas damage. So how is that consistent with an undiagnosed type 1 diabetes?
I'm not diagnosing, and I'm not saying it was undiagnosed. I'm just trying to offer signs and symptoms. I'm just trying to help.
And what about all the testimony regarding ketoacidosis? That's the process by which someone dies through type 1 diabetes, right?
I know it very well.
Because they specifically won't let her talk about any of that stuff because she's deemed to be an expert only in education. But now they want to cross-examine her on stuff that is outside their own scope.
Judge, I'm cross-examining her on how unqualified she is to make all of these opinions she's making.
Okay, I'll let him continue. It's cross-examination. Go ahead, Mr. Duncan.
Okay, so I want to summarize. You're not allowed to make a diagnosis. You haven't made a diagnosis. You looked at some labs that you don't know the effect of him being dead, what effect it has on them. That's true for both the blood test and the vitreous fluid, right?
Correct.
And you are saying that he has everything that would indicate diabetes, but that you're not diagnosing with diabetes. Is that fair? Okay. So you had talked about some of the signs and symptoms of type 1 diabetes, right?
Correct.
And that includes excessive hunger.
Yes.
Would you agree that's also consistent with someone who's not being fed?
Yes.
And excessive thirst?
Yes.
Would you agree that's also consistent with someone who's not being given access to water?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that, because you're a dietitian, right, you do like nutrition plans for people?
You could put it that way. We don't make meal plans or anything like that, no.
It's like education on how they can manage their own nutrition. That'd be fair to say?
One of the many things we do, yes.
Okay, so like, for example, have you ever had to create, well, I guess you said you don't create diet plans.
No.
So you wouldn't have created a diet plan for a child that's trying to gain weight?
I would provide, what we provide is called medical nutrition therapy. So we work with each patient on an individualized plan that looks at not just their nutrition, but their disease state, their medications, their lifestyle, their home life, their stressors.
So let me ask you something. If the concerns are associated around weight loss, is it proper medical treatment to prevent the access to further food?
No.
Is it proper medical treatment to prevent the free access to water?
No.
Pass the witness.
Ms. Sawyers?
So, when we're talking about the question, proper medical treatment to prevent access to edible food, are there times at which we need to regulate the amount and the type of foods that a child may be eating?
I've seen that, certainly, with parents wanting to control either the quality of food that a child is getting. Maybe they don't want them to have anything with red dye in it. Maybe they don't want to have anything with preservatives and additives. They want them to eat healthier or have healthier choices. So I have seen that. A lot of the nutrition information we get is hard to sort out, fact from fiction. And a lot of nutrition information is simply opinion. It's not science or fact. So I have seen parents restrict food in an attempt to give their child healthier choices of their choosing, not the child's.
Is it fair to say that children sometimes, because of their age, don't make appropriate nutritional choices?
That would be true.
Okay. And in regards to this case, we often, did you see video of Benji asking for bread?
Yes.
Did the fact that he was asking for bread mean that he wasn't being fed?
No.
And in fact, there's no indication before, would you agree with me, what he had before or after the video?
No indication that I saw.
So we only have the request for bread, right?
Right.
And so that in of itself, would you agree, doesn't mean that he wasn't being fed?
Correct.
Now, in a number of the photos and videos, we see Benji drinking water. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when we look at all of the surveillance videos, we can see that he has free access to the sink that has running water, correct?
Yes.
And that there's dishes in there where food had been prepared,
Yes.
right? And there's food on the cabinets in the kitchen that isn't locked up.
Yes.
And in one night, for instance, on June 8th, he had watermelon, Jell-O cup, cookies, some other type of food in a box that he was eating. Do you remember this?
Yes.
Objective compound question of the meeting.
Overruled, go ahead.
And we see he had milk that night, as well as it looked like maybe almond milk, and maybe something else. But he was, in your experience as a dietitian, was that a normal behavior to have eaten that much in one setting?
No, that is quite a bit for a small child to eat. You could tell he was hungry. Where the hunger was coming from, I don't know. I can't say.
And so to that point, that you can't say where the hunger is coming from, because in your experience, let me ask you, are there multiple factors as to why someone might be eating so voraciously?
If they can't access the energy in their body, glucose, for instance, is blood sugar, is what I mean, is energy, right? In diabetes, it gets trapped in the bloodstream. That's not where it needs to be. It needs to be in the muscles and cells so we can use it. If our energy is trapped, insulin is what gets it out. If we don't have insulin, if we're not making insulin, the energy's stuck in the bloodstream, we still gotta have something to run on. So we start burning fat. And then we become very hungry. The body is driving us to eat because it's like we need energy, but it's just stuck in the bloodstream where it doesn't need to be.
And while I realize that diabetes is your specialty, right? You're also a trained registered dietitian. And in that regard, would there be other things besides diabetes, potentially like malabsorption or anything else that would cause a child to eat voraciously and not put on weight?
Yes. There's not so much in industrialized countries, but in less developed countries, there's parasites, there's infections, there's all kinds of things that can attribute to what you might say is a higher metabolism.
For consuming food?
For consuming food and not necessarily gaining weight, or consuming food and continuing to lose.
And in regards to the, you talked about excessive urination. Would regression back into diapers be an indication that he was having excessive urination?
At that, particularly because at that age, I've seen that before where if they haven't been out of diapers for too long, it's easier to regress. You know, a 10-year-old isn't going to regress, but at that age, it's just easier for them.
And is there an age period for kids where they're more likely to be susceptible, or like the onset of type 1 diabetes?
We used to call type 1 diabetes juvenile diabetes. Now we just call it type 1 because we're discovering there are adults, a good percentage of adults, getting diagnosed with type 1 diabetes as well. For the most part, most new diagnoses are children. I'd say under the age of 18.
Okay, and is there a time period in particular that between 0 to 18 that they tend to start happening?
No, there might be a time of the year. I see more diagnoses in the winter months because if the autoimmune process is triggered by a virus, the cold and flu season sometimes kicks off, the diagnosis, and you just see a few more than usual in the winter months.
Okay. And then here, Benji had ear infections that were slow to heal.
Mm-hmm.
And would that possibly, in your experience, be something that kicks off?
I'm going to object to being outside the scope.
Overruled, you can answer.
Any infections are harder to heal when blood sugars are elevated. Infection, virus, illness, trauma can be a trigger.
I pass the witness.
Nothing further.
May this witness be excused?
We would ask.
Thank you very much, Ms.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Can I see the photo, please? To recess for the day. Please remember my instructions. Do not look up or research anything about this case or anything you may have heard during the course of trial. Do not read or listen to any media accounts of this trial or speak to anyone about any media accounts. Do not read or engage with any online comments that may be associated with this trial. And do not speak to anyone about the case, the evidence you have seen or heard, including other members of the jury. We are getting close to the end of the process. I'm going to speak to the parties a little bit about some remaining issues, but I'm going to go ahead and have you return tomorrow at, let's go ahead and come back at 9:15. Please have a restful night. Thank you very much for your extended time today, and we will see you tomorrow.
All rise for the jury.